Chapter 11:21. Dao-corroding flower. The flower that Xu Qing could see in the sky above the west seemed to be rooted in nothingness. As it swayed back and forth, a sinister wind appeared that seemed to bring with it the sound of weeping. It was both demonic and ghoulish. The stem of the flower writhed like a snake. It was covered by a host of glittering thorns that made it seem surrounded by mystery and terror. It was as if the darkness contained some sort of evil and wicked aura. As for the flower's leaves, they were long, narrow, and violet. Their edges flickered with uneven flames and were covered with dark veins that seemed to come from the deepest abyss. What was more horrifying about the flower were the petals, which were dark red in the middle and black on the edges. They made the flower look like it had bloomed in hell. There were 12 petals, and each one contained the face of a beautiful woman. Some were laughing, others wept in grief. Some looked flirtatious, others were angry. Every single woman was extraordinarily beautiful. They had long hair that spread through the petals and emerged into the open like tentacles. The way they swayed and writhed made it seem like they were hunting for prey. The flower emanated the lovely perfume of a woman, but if you smelled it for long enough, it turned into a noxious aroma that prompted vomiting. The sight of the flower caused Xu Qing's eyes to glitter. In the 5th star ring, the east, south, and north all had glittering legacies up in the sky. Those legacies were currently the only sources of light. Only people who had permission medallions could see the sources of light. Those who didn't qualify would look up and see only darkness. As for those who did have permission medallions, they had to use their own abilities, items, and pills as they sought enlightenment. They all knew that they had entered the legacy phase, which was the most important part of the second round of the trial of the hunt. This phase was like a gift. After it was over, all of the participants would be ranked strongest to weakest based on their enlightenment. After all, even if you gained only the tiniest scrap of enlightenment during this phase, it could have a profoundly beneficial effect. And if you could gain true enlightenment of the fundamental nature of the legacy, you could be like the carp that jumped the dragon gate and reach heaven in a single bound. It made sense considering that these were legacies that contained canon. Not everyone in the 5th star ring understood exactly what canon was, but the people who had immortal capital permission medallions weren't ordinary people. Even those who didn't understand a lot about canon would have at least heard about it. All cultivators with medallions were currently overwhelmed with longing. It was common knowledge that in past trial of the hunts, it was almost always cultivators from orthodox sects who succeeded at the legacies. In fact, there were rumors that the legacy phase had been set up specifically for them. That said, there had been exceptions through the years, and that was why everyone was going to fight hard. In the East, South, and North medallion holders were all seeking enlightenment, but the West was relatively quiet. The sky in the West was as dark as could be imagined. People there who didn't have a permission medallion would look up and see nothing. In fact, most cultivators who did have medallions also saw nothing when they looked up. The color black had overtaken everything. People were helpless, confused, and irritated. But the West was known for being lazy, and the cultivators there generally didn't like fighting. There were a few outliers who struggled to succeed, but the vast majority just gave up. If the immortal from the Dao Immortal sect wouldn't let people seek enlightenment during this phase, then they wouldn't try. After all, nobody could even see anything. As for Xu Qing, he was on primary Dao precipice, looking at the demonic flower up above, and his eyes were glittering more and more brightly. The flower wasn't difficult for him to see. In fact, he could see it perfectly clearly. It only took a moment of observation for him to understand what it was. That's a legacy. He could sense that there was a Dao lineament of authority in the flower, but there was something even more impressive than that. Is that Xu Qing's pupils constricted, and he struggled to control his breathing. However, as his divine will spread out, he noticed that the handful of cultivators nearby on the primary Dao precipice had only turned their attention to the sky for a moment before looking away. There are 2 people here with permission medallions. Their range isn't as big as mine, so they can't detect me. Nobody is looking at this flower, not even those 2. They can't see it, What's so unusual about this flower? Xu Qing sent out his divine will to examine the facial expressions of the other cultivators on the cliff. He soon realized that the two of them weren't here as lone wolves. They were actually working together. Before long, based on their facial expressions and conversation, Xu Qing realized what was going on. This is the legacy phase. Everyone with a permission medallion can seek enlightenment, but they can't see anything. Mind racing, Xu Qing looked up into the sky again at the flower. Now he could see a red thread emerging from the gruish flower and heading off toward the east. There was someone in the east that was absorbing the flower. Based on the speed with which it was happening, they would be able to absorb the flower completely within 10 days. Xu Qing's eyes flashed with determination. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but I do know that I'll regret it later if I give up on this legacy flower. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he unhesitatingly looked up into the sky and gathered his concentration. First, he studied the women in the petals. Bewitching chanting sounds entered his ears and delved into his mind. A moment later, a magenta color appeared on Xu Qing, and his flesh was wriggling as faces started bulging out from inside. The faces looked like they wanted to devour him. A tremor passed through him as he unleashed authority to keep himself lucid. He opened his eyes and coughed up a massive mouthful of blood. When the blood landed on the ground, flowers bloomed that looked exactly like the one in the sky. However, they rapidly withered and crumbled into ash. He had failed to gain enlightenment. I'm doing something wrong. I tried to understand the inner nature of the flower, but I'm not strong enough. What's more, this legacy is different from the legendary places I've visited on my journey so far. He thought about the situation for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. After that, he circulated the 5 elements within him, as well as space and time. Then he gathered his authority of erasure and his immortal skill authority. Bolstering himself with the power of authority, he once again looked at the flower in the sky. This time, he used different Tao lineaments of authority to observe the flower. An hour later, he shivered as his body withered, leaving him hardly more than skin and bones. At the same time, his blood exploded out through his pores. It splashed onto the ground and turned into a sea of flowers. The sea of flowers rapidly withered up. Then Xu Qing struggled to open his eyes. He was in great pain and was very weak. He had failed again. I'm still doing something wrong. Maybe I should use the same method I used to imprint the Ghost Emperor Mountain into myself. I can take the flower and put it in my sea of consciousness. 1. Xu Qing wiped the blood off his face, then took out some medicinal pills. After a few breaths of time passed, he took a drink from a bottle of holy Fardark nectar, then cleared his thoughts. He waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Then he waited for a full hour. Everything seemed normal. 2 hours later, a thread descended from the swaying flower in the sky. It was the second thread, and it was going right toward Xu Qing on the primary Tao precipice. It immediately entered the cave where he had holed up and connected to his forehead. His forehead glittered as a lineament like a flower petal formed there. East of the central part of the Western planetary system, in the Li clan's restricted area, Li Mengtu sat cross-legged atop the tallest of the 9,000 towers, his forehead also shining brightly. He also had a flower petal there, but because he had been seeking enlightenment longer than Xu Qing, the petal was complete, and a second petal was now forming. All of a sudden, his eyes snapped open and he looked off into the distance. Someone's stealing from me. That's impossible. Suddenly breathing raggedly, and his expression grim, he focused on the direction of the guilty party. He had been able to tell that he was the only one seeking enlightenment earlier, and the process had been going quickly. But just now, his speed of absorption had slowed, and he could tell from the flower petal he currently had that someone else had joined the session of enlightenment. His first reaction was incredulity. His master had told him that this time around, the legacy phase would deviate from the rules laid forth by the immortal capital. That the legacy wouldn't be set aside exclusively for him, it would have specific requirements attached to it. There were 3, and they were all focused around him. Only someone who met all 3 requirements could see the Dauker-roding flower. Theoretically speaking, it was impossible for a second person to perfectly conform to all the requirements. How can this be happening? The fact that someone else had joined in made Li Mengtu both nervous and angry. He was determined to get the legacy of the Daoker-Roding flower and could not tolerate any slip-ups. After all, he was fully aware that his master had set up this situation to pass on his legacy. It was truly an amazing and precious opportunity. There was a reason it was called a Daoker-Roding flower. After gaining enlightenment of it, you could use a terrifying divine ability that would corrode the Dao lineaments of other people. It was essentially a high-level poison. If that were all it could do, it would have been impressive but not amazing. After all, there were many ways to deal with an attack that corroded Dao lineaments. But when you added in canon, it became completely different. If you likened essence to the authority of a local government, then authority was like a command from the imperial government ministries. And canon was above either of those things. It was like a decree from the emperor himself. This Daoker-Roding flower had a scrap of canon in it. When it was used, it wouldn't just corrode Dao lineaments of authority, it could cut them away. It could permanently cut away authority from someone. It could slice out their Dao lineament. And because it was done with canon, the effects were irreversible. Unless you had a divine ability to counter it that also had canon, it was impossible to defend against. Given how precious of an asset that would be, it was no wonder Li Mengtu was antsy to get it. But now, he had to interrupt his own session of enlightenment to send a message to his master. In the Dao Immortal sect in the West, there was a fertile land filled with endless plants. All of them were bizarre and fantastic. Any of them that were sent out into the world would lead to outright war. Poison Monarch was still dressed as a farmer, as he used some 9 firmaments immortal serum to water a pair of plants. He was concentrating fully on his work, to the point where he wasn't paying attention to anything going on outside. The 2 plants he had been watering both seemed intelligent, and they were currently fighting over who would get the immortal serum. "How interesting," he said in a raspy voice. "So, which of you has karma with me?" 1. The Ghost Emperor Mountain Enlightenment section started in Chapter 306, Chapter 1122. Li Clan Reserve Power. In the sky over the west was an enormous flower that virtually no one could see, and it was swaying back and forth dramatically. It was also starting to get blurry. Of the 12 petals with the beautiful women in them, 2 had vanished. There were now 10 left. Of those, 2 were very blurry. The 2 petals which had vanished were now visible on Li Mengtu's forehead. As the apprentice of Poison Monarch, this legacy had been provided for his sake, and he had prepared thoroughly. He knew more than anyone what the legacy was. In fact, he had even been able to study images of it on multiple occasions. Each time, he had gained some enlightenment. In fact, he had made every advance bit of preparation possible. He had put a lot of thought into poison, and had come to a deep understanding of it. And now, all of that preparation was paying off and giving him a huge advantage in seeking enlightenment. On the other hand, Xu Qing had made some mistakes, wasted time, and was now quite behind. However, after he realized how to do it correctly, his enlightenment proceeded with spectacular speed. Unfortunately, that speed was still slow compared to Li Mengtu. This period of enlightenment required advanced preparation and sudden inspiration. 1. It wasn't as simple as just branding the information onto one's mind. It required comprehension and a deep realization of something's inner nature. That was the way to truly get the legacy. Li Mengtu's advanced preparations were completely and utterly thorough. But Xu Qing was only just starting to explore the situation. That was why there was such a clear difference between the 2 in the early stages of enlightenment. It didn't take long for Li Mengtu to be able to sense what was going on through the flower. The realization made him relax a bit. It's impossible to say why things changed like this, or how this other person has qualified to seek enlightenment of the legacy. But in the end, weak people are weak. My master prepared this legacy for me personally. There's no way some outsider could prepare properly. Comparing this guy to me is like comparing the mud to the clouds. Li Mengtu's eyes gleamed icily, as a third flower petal formed on his forehead. Back at the primary Dao precipice, Xu Qing's facial expression was completely placid. The flower petal on his forehead was about 20% complete. In other words, it had a long way to go. He could tell that the flower overhead was getting blurry, and he could sense that the threads leading off to the east were getting denser. But he wasn't feeling anxious. He knew that he wasn't the only one in existence with freakish powers of understanding. Clearly, whoever else was seeking enlightenment in this moment was actually superior to him. What was more, this session of enlightenment was obviously a competition. Coming out ahead in the competition would be great, but failing to do so wasn't a reason to get angry. I'm doing things correctly now. This legacy is different from all those legendary places I visited in my travels. What I need to do is get this legacy into my sea of consciousness, just like I did with the Ghost Emperor Mountain all those years ago. Xu Qing looked up at the flower. That was his reference point. Then he started making an outline in his heart, over and over again, all with the goal of understanding the inner nature of the legacy. Based on his experiences, the better he understood it, the more smoothly the enlightenment would go. Unfortunately, after studying its inner nature for a while, his gaze hardened and his heart started beating faster. This legacy. Being a bit uncertain of what he was dealing with, he temporarily ceased trying to put it in his sea of consciousness. Instead, he focused on trying to seek enlightenment of what he had already brought into himself. After some analysis, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. "It's a kind of poison," he murmured. He thought about it for a moment. He was skilled in poison. After all, the taboo poison he had made part of himself had already become a godly authority. He didn't have the taboo poison with him in this immortal body. It was in his god clone. But poison was part of the Tao of plants and vegetation. And that Tao was one of learning and knowledge. It had been fixed within his mind, meaning that it wasn't isolated in one particular body. So this legacy is about the Tao of plants and vegetation. Xu Qing shifted his thoughts as he recalled what he knew about plants and vegetation. Then he went back to observing the legacy flower, and now he started noticing details he had missed before. This flower has sawtooth leaves, a hollow stalk, and has typical characteristics of perennial plants. It's similar to a mount-long orchid, except that this flower is illusory. It has 12 petals, each of which has the face of a woman. Each facial expression is different. It contains the power of longing, making it similar to 7 emotions grass. It exudes a poisonous air, and it has tentacles that produce a toxic serum. Even the veins in the leaves contain poison, as do the roots. This is definitely a poisonous plant. It contains powerful poisons from top to bottom. Though the poisons don't seem impressive at first, when you combine them, they create millions upon millions of variations. In fact, that combined poison is nothing short of astounding. An ordinary person who looked at this poisonous plant wouldn't see much special about it. But when you analyze it based on the Tao of plants and vegetation, it's obvious that someone bred it. They used no less than 10 million different types of plants, extracting their medicinal properties to make a new plant. There are also other unique items added in. This plant has an extremely high level of personhood. Whoever did this was nothing short of amazing. Xu Qing's heart was pounding, and he was visibly moved. The more he understood about what he was looking at, the more surprised he was. To breed a poisonous plant like this would require an outlandish level of skill in the Tao of plants and vegetation. Xu Qing was really starting to get excited. That means that ordinary enlightenment won't do much here, and a broad overview of it isn't going to do anything. The best thing to do here is to analyze the poison, and poison. Xu Qing's eyes glittered mysteriously. Information about plants and vegetation was now swirling in Xu Qing's mind. One by one, he made comparisons, organized and combined. The information became a tool for him. He imitated similar poisons, mixing their poisonous properties. Inspiration would hit him as he observed the flower in the sky, and thus, an image of a flower was slowly being imprinted in his sea of consciousness. In that manner, time passed. In the tower in the Li clan's restricted area, Li Mengtu was fully immersed in seeking enlightenment of the legacy. The third flower petal on his forehead had fully formed. The process had slowed down. The deeper his enlightenment became, the more difficult it was. Although he was fully confident and knew he had extraordinary powers of understanding, that didn't mean he would succeed instantly. Master said that gaining enlightenment of the legacy would probably take 10 days or so. It seems he was right. Taking a deep breath, Li Mengtu prepared to continue with the process. But then, the flower overhead shivered and suddenly got more blurry. Of the 9 remaining flowers, one had just disappeared. Li Mengtu's pupils constricted, and at the same time, flashed with cold light. Then he looked in the direction of the primary Dao precipice, his expression grim. Over at the primary Dao precipice, a flower petal had appeared on Xu Qing's forehead. I'm doing the right thing. Xu Qing was delighted to sense the flower petal. It had been a long time since he felt this happy. One reason was because he was acquiring the legacy now. The other reason was that the process was really improving his understanding of plants and vegetation. He had finally noticed that the legacy contained the aura of something that surpassed a Dao lineament of authority. This poisonous plant is a post-heaven entity. There was never a plant like it before. It's unprecedented. In other words, its coming into existence was an act of creation. And then, it was blessed in a way that ensured no second version could ever come into existence. Not even its creator could make another one. And that means that it's essentially extinct already. It has no past and no future. This is the only plant like it in the world, and when you add in its astonishing personhood. So this unique Dao is used to summon something truly mysterious. It can form a power that surpasses Dao lineaments of authority. Xu Qing's mind was spinning. Eyes glittering, he looked up at the flower and murmured a single word. Canon. The moment the word left his mouth, his mind suddenly opened up. From that point, there was nothing stopping him. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, a second flower petal appeared on his forehead. An hour later, a third petal formed. The process was shockingly fast. Though Xu Qing had started late, as of now, he was about to catch up to Li Mengtu. None of the other people with permission medallions in the West could tell what was going on. Otherwise, there would have been a huge commotion. Xu Qing was succeeding far too quickly. Li Mengtu was about to go mad. He had 3 full petals on his forehead now, with a 4th one that was only about 40% complete. Where'd this person come from? He was going slow before, but then suddenly sped up to a freakish speed. Li Mengtu's heart was racing, and he could hardly control his breathing. To see someone stealing his destined opportunity right out from under his nose caused his killing intent to surge. At the same time, it made him very nervous. I can't let this happen. Li Mengtu's eyes filled with determination. He still had trump cards left to play. He had originally planned to use them only after he acquired the 8th petal to get a sudden burst of speed. But now... Li Mengtu lifted both hands and performed an incantation gesture. The tower beneath him trembled, and then a red beam of light shot up from it into the air. At the same time, other towers in the restricted area did the same, their red light arcing up into the sky. There were a total of 9,000 towers, and now all of them were bolstering Li Mengtu's powers of understanding. As a result, the 4th flower petal on his forehead was now rapidly approaching completion. And yet, he didn't think that was enough. The flower only had 12 petals, and if he didn't act fast enough, his opponent might surpass him, and he couldn't accept that. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a scroll painting. It pulsed with an ancient aura that caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth. This was the only legacy treasure of the Li clan. Years ago, the clan patriarch had brought it from their homeland. Just before passing away in meditation, he had passed it on to later generations, along with an explanation. This scroll can be used 3 times. Crack it open, and it will seal anyone under quasi-immortal. Open it halfway, and it will devastate quasi-immortals. Open it all the way, and it will seal lower immortals. Countless years had passed, and the Li clan had managed to maintain ownership of the scroll the entire time. For generation after generation, Li clan cultivators had tried to use the scroll. To open it, all of them had failed. Only Li Mengtu had succeeded in ancestral awakening. He could use the scroll painting, although at the moment he was only strong enough to crack it open. This was the true reserve power that made him one of the shining stars of the 5th star ring. What I'm rendering as inspiration is actually just another word that dictionaries MTL will define as enlightenment. The first version of enlightenment, which is the word most commonly used in this novel when Xu Qing gains enlightenment, contains a sense of feeling, emotion, and time spent. The second term, which I'm rendering as inspiration here, contains a sense of sudden and unexpected enlightenment, as if something becomes clear in an instant after a certain time of confusion or lack of understanding. Normally, I would also render it as just enlightenment, but since it's contrasting them here, I'll use these two different versions to make sure the difference is obvious. That goes for the rest of this scene. Anytime over the next couple chapters that you see inspiration, it's the same term being used to indicate some sort of sudden enlightenment. Chapter 1123, Dao Fight. In the Li clan's restricted area, Li Mengtu narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, causing the scroll to fly out and hover above his head. It didn't open up, but rather sent out a gentle light of blessing down onto Li Mengtu. Even going all out, I can only crack open the scroll, and its range is only 500 kilometers. The scroll still had a function when not opened. It could bolster a person's mind, making it easier to think clearly and gain enlightenment. At the same time, it could serve as a trump card to provide a huge boost when needed. Combined with the 9,000 towers, it provided a major augmentation to his powers of understanding. I'd planned to save this for the end, but I guess I'll have to use it early. Li Mengtu took a deep breath. He knew that this legacy had been prepared for him by his master, which was a deviation from what the other 3 planetary systems were doing. This legacy was unique in that it could only be acquired once by a single person. If his state of enlightenment ended up crumbling, he would have no way to regain control. I don't care who this person is. This behavior makes it clear that this is a Dao fight. We might not have any previous enmity, but as of now, we can't live together under the same sky. 1. With such thoughts on his mind, Li Mengtu's eyes glittered as if they contained numerous ancient magical symbols. Then he looked up at the legacy flower, and inspiration surged within him. The 4th flower petal on his forehead became complete in an instant, and then a 5th petal started forming. He would fight hard to gain the upper hand, and after everything was over, he would go track down the person who was trying to compete with him. And he would take back the legacy that belonged to him. There was only one way to do that, by killing the other person. Having made his decision, Li Mengtu cleared his thoughts and focused on enlightenment. Using the help of the 9,000 towers and his clan's mysterious scroll painting, his powers of understanding advanced by leaps and bounds. Before long, the 5th flower petal was complete. Previously, there had been 12 petals in the sky, but now there were only 4. Then, without any warning, another petal disappeared. Only 3 were left. The petal that had just gone missing was now on the forehead of Xu Qing, who was still at the primary Dao precipice. As 4 flower petals rotated on his forehead, the Dao of plants and vegetation filled his heart and mind. He was now methodically coming to understand all aspects of the legacy, flower's poisonous properties. Suddenly, he raised his hands and instinctively performed an incantation gesture. Illusory medicinal plants appeared, swirling around each other, occasionally combining and occasionally splitting apart. An incense stick of time passed. A 5th flower petal appeared on Xu Qing's forehead. At the same time, a 6th petal formed on the forehead of Li Mengtu in the Li clan's restricted area. The flower in the dome of heaven was very blurry, but it was still possible to see that there was a single petal left. All of a sudden, 2 streams of red shot down from that flower, one toward the primary Dao precipice, one toward the restricted area in the Li clan. Xu Qing and Li Mengtu were now directly competing. Both were operating at incredible speed, relying on their various methods of understanding to absorb the petal. As a result, the petal was rapidly disappearing. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, the entire Western planetary system was filled with thunderous, rumbling sounds. The legacy flower vanished. In the moment it did, the darkness lifted, and the red aurora became visible again. The other cultivators with permission medallions in the West knew that the legacy phase was over. Nobody even had a chance to seek enlightenment in the legacy phase. I guess that means the only person who qualified was Li Mengtu. We all know what was going on. There's no point in jabbering about it. The legacy was prepared for him. The other 3 regions do the same thing, they just hide the truth a bit better. That's how social hierarchy works. People like us can't do anything about it. Heth, you said it, not me. As discussions raged in the West, the 9,000 towers in the Li clan went dark. The light that had been shining from them went out, and the clan's scroll painting dropped down into Li Mengtu's hands. He stood up. Shockingly, he had 6.5 flower petals on his forehead. 6 were complete, but the half petal had obviously not become a 7th. What was more, it was blurry, indicating that only 50% of it was there. Li Mengtu stood there rubbing his forehead. A somber and desolate aura surrounded him, causing everything around him to turn as cold as ice. In fact, black snowflakes started drifting to the ground. Fine, it's time to see who exactly you are. Li Mengtu's killing intent burned with great intensity. He was the only shining star in the West, and he refused to believe that there was anyone in the same generation as himself who could compare to him. In fact, even if he ran into a late imperial sovereign, he was confident that he could use his clan's legacy treasure to seal that person and ultimately kill them. With no further hesitation, Li Mengtu shot into the air, causing terrifying pressure to surround him as he headed in the direction of the primary Dao precipice. He needed no teleportation portal. Though he was far away from the cliff, as one of the shining stars of the region, and as an apprentice of a lower immortal, he had all sorts of treasures to rely on. One of them ensured that he could travel great distances without having to use teleportation portals. As he rocketed in the direction of the primary Dao precipice, Xu Qing was in that very location, opening his eyes. 5.5 flower petals were spinning on Xu Qing's forehead. He felt the sensation of sudden inspiration, but at the same time, detected an intense sensation of deadly crisis. That sense of danger caused him to sigh inwardly. He had predicted that something like this would happen. In the moment of enlightenment, he had seen the thread stretching from the legacy flower into the east, and knew it indicated he was competing with someone else. He had assumed there would be an 80 to 90% chance fighting would break out after the legacy phase ended. He was also fairly certain he knew who the other party was. There were only 2 threads in the entire Western region. That means there were only 2 people seeking enlightenment. The fact that no one else could see the flower or participate indicates that there were requirements to be able to seek enlightenment. No one else qualified, and though I don't know why I somehow qualified, it does seem to indicate that my participation was unexpected. Given all of that, the identity of the other person seems fairly obvious. He must be the 8th shining star of the 5th star ring and the only shining star in the West. Li Mengtu. Xu Qing stood and recalled the information about Li Mengtu from the map. Li Mengtu comes from the Li clan. He later joined the Dao Immortal sect and became the apprentice of the heavenly inspector there, who's a lower immortal. His clan rose to prominence thanks to him. They were previously in decline, but are now very strong. Something unique about their clan is that direct bloodline clan members all have the character Tu in their name, Tu. His cultivation base is only an early imperial sovereign, but he has 4 types of authority. With his battle prowess, plus the legacy of his clan's Gruish magical technique, as well as training from his master, he was able to kill a mid-imperial sovereign. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. It didn't sound like this information was up to date, so he had to treat it as a general overview. It seemed most likely that Li Mengtu was a lot more dangerous than the information indicated. Xu Qing looked off into the distance, his eyes radiating determination. He had acquired this legacy, so there was no way he would give it up just because things got dangerous. Great Daos were all about fighting and struggle. Giving up would just result in falling behind, but taking a step forward would lead to continued momentum. Xu Qing took a deep breath and then shot off into the distance. He had no intention of staying behind on the cliff. As one of the shining stars, Li Mengtu surely had all sorts of trump cards and definitely had outstanding elements to his battle prowess. Even if you prepared well in advance, fighting an opponent like that wouldn't necessarily be worth it. But if I can form my 8th extreme. Eyes narrowing, Xu Qing flew as fast as possible toward the nearest teleportation portal. His plan was to head toward the God Blood River. That's the best place to fight. If I win, great. But if I start losing, I'll have a path to make a getaway. Xu Qing accelerated, causing ripples to spread out as he shot through the sky. A few days later, an enormous pitch-black hand suddenly appeared above the primary Dao precipice, instantly blocking out the light of the aurora. There weren't many cultivators on the cliff, but all of them were shocked to see the hand, as well as the figure within it. He had a black robe, black hair, icy eyes, and 6.5 flower petals on his forehead. He was none other than Li Mengtu. Glancing around, he identified the spot where Xu Qing had been meditating. Binding order, wind inquiry. What cultivation level was this cultivator? He reached out, and the wind began to take the shape of a person. Binding order, heaven inquiry. What types of authority did this cultivator have? His words echoed out as ripples filled the sky, becoming the spirit of the person. Binding order, law inquiry. Where did this cultivator go? Magical laws gathered, turning into the eyes of the person. A mysterious entity was now looking at Li Mengtu. Then it spoke. Smoldering God cultivation base, 9 types of authority. The 5 elements form the foundation, augmented by time and space, as well as erasure and something else very Gruish. Battle prowess equivalent to mid-imperial sovereign. He's heading south. Upon hearing the information, Li Mengtu's eyes shone brightly. Someone like that. He turned to look off into the distance, his killing intent intensifying. An instant later, he was speeding southward, all the while checking everything within the range of his immortal capital permission medallion. Anytime he detected the presence of anyone else with a medallion, he would approach to check them. If someone could look down on the entire western region, they would see Li Mengtu slowly catching up to Xu Qing. In the Dao Immortal sect, within the fields of plants, Poison Monarch was still watering the 2 poisonous plants with 9 firmaments immortal serum. He still looked like a farmer. The 2 poisonous plants seemed even more intelligent than before, and they were still struggling with each other to get as much of the serum as possible. Both had stabbed their poisonous thorns into the other. They were even trying to devour each other. Seeing that caused Poison Monarch to smile. It doesn't matter which one dies and which gets my legacy. It's all karma to me. 1. The term Dao fight is basically an invented term, not something commonly used either in literature or spoken Chinese. The character I'm rendering as fight has a lot of dictionary definitions, such as contend, vie, strive, argue, debate, fight over or for something, struggle, wrangle. After experimenting with a few different options, I picked fight as my translation choice based on some later wordplay. But as you can see from the various options, the implication of this usage of fight is that of a struggle as opposed to combat or battle. 2. We still do not have any explanation about why the 2 in the name of the clan members is important. In fact, I don't think we have any clues. This character 2 means earth soil, the same one from the 5 elements. It could also be interpreted to mean your home or homeland. Up to this point, it just seems to be emphasized as a unique and interesting aspect of the clan name without any deeper meaning. Chapter 1124, not about mercy or grudges, either live or die. Days flew past. Xu Qing was little more than a streak of afterimages in the sky. He was now so close to the God Blood River that he just needed to go through one more of the ancient teleportation portals. Based on my current speed, I should be able to reach the portal in 2 days. He reined in his aura, hid the flower petals on his forehead, and used various secret magics to head as quickly as possible toward the portal. Time ticked by. The sense of impending danger increased. The feeling of mounting crisis seemed to confirm that his previous analysis was correct. It made no sense that Li Mengtu wouldn't qualify to seek enlightenment, considering he was the apprentice of a lower immortal and one of the shining stars. Li Mengtu had to be the other person Xu Qing had sensed during the legacy phase. Although the information about him says that he has mid-imperial sovereign battle prowess, it's likely that information is out of date. That's not to mention that he probably keeps his true battle prowess a secret. Xu Qing pondered such things as he proceeded at top speed. Half a day passed. The aurora in the sky was back to normal, flowing like an endless red river. Xu Qing sped along beneath it, keeping a close eye around him. All of a sudden, he looked over his shoulder. He had concealed his immortal capital permission medallion, but that only protected him from people whose medallions had a smaller range than his own. He couldn't hide from people whose medallions had a greater range than his. Using his medallion, he had just spotted a dazzling mote of light around 5 million kilometers away. It was moving so fast that, only moments after he spotted it, it had halved the distance. An instant later, thunderous rumbling sounds rose up from the horizon. Millions of bolts of lightning exploded into the air like writhing snakes. The lightning bolts rapidly spread out to fill the sky. They made it seem like doomsday had come, like heaven would collapse and the earth would shatter. A terrifying aura filled the area. Next, a person appeared within the terrifying sea of lightning. He was a young man with black hair, clad in a black robe. His eyes were like glittering stars filled with lightning, and his features were handsome, though sinister. Astonishingly, there were 6.5 flower petals rotating on his forehead. He was none other than Li Mengtu. The moment he appeared, he seemed to replace the sun and moon, as if he was the ruler of all heaven and earth. He took a step forward, and Xu Qing's mind spun. An intense pressure raged out, like a tempest, causing Xu Qing's hair and robes to whip back and forth. He didn't speak a single word. The moment he spotted Xu Qing, he erupted with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering mightiness. That mightiness was the evidence of a Dao lineament, and contained the aura of authority. It surpassed the authority of any imperial sovereign Xu Qing had faced up to this point. In fact, if you described his authority in terms of the light in a starry sky, then Li Mengtu was like a full moon. As that aura erupted, a symbol formed in front of Li Mengtu. It was a sealing mark that emanated an intense aura of death. The moment it appeared, Li Mengtu spoke a single word. Decease. Clouds seethed, wild colors flashed. The entire world seemed to fill with an aura of death, causing demonic images to appear, as if the entire place had been filled with evil spirits from the Yellow Springs. Anguished howling sounds drifted about. A seemingly unstoppable sensation of dying slammed into Xu Qing. It was invisible, unstoppable, and unavoidable. The word spoken and the authority behind it had become the inevitable. It had become natural law, a heavenly Tao. It had become everything. This was one of Li Mengtu's 4 types of authority. It was a death curse. When he attacked, he resorted immediately to authority and trump cards. That made it possible to see how decisive and murderous Li Mengtu was. It was the result of the other type of authority he had used, that of binding revelation. That was how he had learned about Xu Qing. And after finding out what kind of opponent he was up against, he knew he couldn't underestimate him. It was a case of either not doing anything or going all out. If he made a move, he would kill his opponent without offering a chance for a counterattack or defense. The truth was that he wasn't sure if Xu Qing was the person he sought. But he knew based on the information he had procured that the person he was following had the ability to conceal sealing marks. Along the way, whenever he ran into anyone else with a permission medallion, he had immediately resorted to trump cards. He had killed every single one. After all, if he ended up killing the person he sought, then the legacy would return to him. And if someone he attacked could defend against his trump card, then it meant that they were probably the person he was looking for. He would rather kill the wrong person than let the guilty party escape. He made no exceptions. Meanwhile, Xu Qing's expression flickered, and his heart started pounding. There was no way to evade this enemy, nor any way to resist the authority. In an instant, his body withered, and his life force started fading. It was as if this curse was part of death itself, and could destroy even fate. This type of authority was very Gruish, and everything Xu Qing did to fight back failed. The sensation of death filled him. Any other person would have had a hard time surviving such a situation. After all, this attacker was Li Mengtu. But though none of Xu Qing's tricks worked, he could still use his time-shifting magic to reverse things. An instant later, a sundial appeared behind him, and fluctuations of time spread out, distorting everything. As the gnomon spun, time flowed around him. Even the will of death had to give way in the face of time. In the blink of an eye, Xu Qing's withered state reversed. His soul was no longer dim, and his aura was no longer weak. He was back to the way he had been moments before. The moment he resolved the deadly crisis, he backed up, circulated his cultivation base, and unleashed his authority. His expression was uncharacteristically grave. This was the first time he had met a person who immediately resorted to the most deadly trump cards possible. What was more, this person's actions hinted at a possibility. There's no way that he can use trump cards like that without paying some sort of price. Either he's used to doing it, or he had some way to get information about me. That's why he didn't want to give me a chance to fight back. He immediately went all out with a trump card in the hopes of killing me. That thought occurred to Xu Qing almost immediately, but it didn't discourage him from fighting back. At almost the exact moment that his sundial worked, he launched a counter-attack. He didn't waste time probing his enemy. He didn't give time for things to develop. He also went right for a trump card. Heaven and earth rumbled. A great wind kicked up. Even the Sea of Lightning was affected as Xu Qing's 5 phases erupted, creating a shocking aura that filled the world. Time and space both rose up. In the blink of an eye, metal became a godly seal, earth became a Tao altar, wood became a blade trough, water became streaks of blood, fire burned, time became an axle, and space became a blade. After coming to the Western planetary system, Xu Qing's 5 elements god decapitation altar had evolved. By adding time and space into it, he had turned it into a 7 extremes god decapitation altar. From a distance, it was possible to see the gigantic god decapitation altar overtaking everything. Heaven and earth filled with flickering light. The world trembled. The god decapitating blade slashed down toward Li Mengtu. Li Mengtu's face had gone a bit pale. Every one of his authorities was extraordinary. And yet, because they were so terrifying and Gruish, they actually hurt him when he used them. Unfortunately, his opponent had just reversed time and then used a spectacular divine ability. Eyes narrowing and pupils constricting, he suddenly erupted with a frigid coldness. "You're definitely the person I'm looking for," he growled. He could sense the mighty nature of this blade, and from its horrible pressure, he could see how amazing it was. And yet, his eyes flashed, and instead of dodging, he lifted up his right hand and performed an incantation gesture in front of his chest. Flowers and mirrors. The moment the words left his mouth, something bizarre happened. A host of huge black mirrors appeared all around him, so that he was in the middle of it all. The mirrors looked extremely ancient, and they pulsed with a terrifying aura, like that of a curse, which seemed like it came from a minor world. As the aura swirled around, reflections of Xu Qing appeared within the mirrors. And then, though the god-decapitating blade seemed like it was about to slash into Li Mengtu, Xu Qing's heart sank. A sense of deadly catastrophe had welled up within him. At that critical moment, Xu Qing's eyes flashed viciously, and instead of retracting the power of the god decapitation altar, he actually bolstered it, making it even stronger. At the same time, he performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and pushed down. In an instant, water seemed to spread out beneath his feet. Heaven and earth had become a well. The god-decapitating blade fell, slashing into Li Mengtu. However, the injury actually appeared on Xu Qing. Rumbling sounds echoed out, as the magic of fishing the moon in the well continued to form. Li Mengtu was then fished out of the well, but so was Xu Qing. Fishing out the former caused his soul to leave the mirrors and sustain injury. Fishing out the latter caused him to avoid the decapitating blade and escape from the well. In the blink of an eye, heaven-rending, earth-crushing might erupted out, shattering the sea of lightning. The mirrors were still there around Li Mengtu, but his soul had flown out and was now screaming and trying to use defensive techniques against the god-decapitating blade. Although the soul was not destroyed, it was sent spinning off to the side, seriously damaged. As for Xu Qing, a tremor passed through him as the blade slashed through the well. Of course, he couldn't escape being affected. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tumbled backward. Face grim, he looked at Li Mengtu. The battle had just started and was already very intense, but that only filled Xu Qing with the desire to fight. At that point, he ceased concealing the flower petals. In the blink of an eye, 5.5 of them appeared on his forehead. Li Mengtu's soul had returned to his body, and he staggered backward, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Now the mirrors rotating around him reflected himself instead of Xu Qing. When he looked up, so did they, and all of their eyes burned with sinister killing intent. That was especially true when he spotted the flower petals on Xu Qing's forehead. You definitely qualify to compete with me. Fights over great Daos are not about mercy or grudges. We shall battle today, and whether I kill you or you kill me, there won't be any hard feelings. Chapter 11:25. Aurora fills the sky like an immortal flood. Li Mengtu spoke slowly and clearly, in a way that was obviously sincere. Given the somber expression on his face, there was no doubt that he believed the words he had spoken to be extremely important. This was a Dao fight. It was not about asking for mercy or pursuing grudges. There was no concern for living or dying. Truth be told, that was simply how cultivators lived. In low levels, they focused on surviving. In slightly higher levels, they were concerned with getting stronger. But in high levels like this, everything was about the Dao. And Li Mengtu's Dao could not be tarnished. Hovering there in midair with his black robes and hair swirling in the wind, he looked down at Xu Qing and said, I am Li Mengtu, apprentice of immortal monarch boundless from the Dao Immortal sect. I don't like dirty tricks. Nor am I the kind of person to rely on help from my clan or master. I'm acting alone today, and I swear to hold nothing back to kill you and fulfill my Dao. Xu Qing didn't say anything. He had dealt with many types of people in his life, and though people like Li Mengtu weren't very common, they did exist. For example, Sir Firedark had been very much like this Li Mengtu. Xu Qing could tell from the look in his eye that he was completely focused on his Dao. I'm Xu Qing, he said. Li Mengtu nodded. There was no need for questions or chatting. Eyes filling with a somber and desolate look, he lifted his right hand, pointed into the sky and barked, lightning. A deafening boom echoed out in the sky, and the sea of lightning that had dispersed because of the fluctuations of combat returned. And this time it was 10 times or possibly even 100 times as impressive. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as silver streaks swept across the sky. They instantly reached a distance of 500,000 kilometers, and then continued on to well past 5 million kilometers. They seemed endless. And then the lightning began to converge. The lightning caused colors to flash in the sky. The heavens seemed to roar like the bellow of a great Dao. The sea of lightning was back. It wasn't just in the sky. Lightning rose from the lands below, filling everything. After the process was complete, there was a vortex-like sea of lightning tens of millions of kilometers wide. It was a completely shocking sight, like a heavenly tribulation that had come to the world. This was Li Mengtu's second type of authority, that of lightning. Lightning was about inflicting death. As Li Mengtu hovered there surrounded by the light and sound, he seemed like the lord of all lightning. In fact, there were even lightning bolts coming off him and connecting him to the surrounding sea. Then he pointed at Xu Qing. The sea of lightning screamed, shaking the cosmos as it shot toward Xu Qing. The mightiness of this authority caused Xu Qing's pupils to constrict. He hadn't encountered a large number of imperial sovereigns, but he did know he hadn't run into any that were as impressive as Li Mengtu. Just what I would expect of one of the shining stars. Xu Qing wasn't the least bit hesitant. As Li Mengtu had said, this was a Dao fight. I guess that means it's time to fight. His eyes were shining. After all, from the moment Peerless City disappeared from existence, his entire journey had been a fight. He fought to live, he fought fate, he fought the Tao of heaven and earth. Suddenly, the pupil of his right eye blurred as it was overtaken by a Tao lineament. The Tao lineament of erasure shot out from his right eye, erasing everything that he could see. The land blurred and the sky rippled, and the incoming sea of lightning was instantly affected. Unfortunately, the authority of lightning was hard to surpass when it came to killing and slaughter. It was even capable of dealing with the authority of erasure. Everything shook as blinding light exploded out, filled with terrifyingly deadly power. The Tao lineament in Xu Qing's right eye collapsed, and stinging pain filled him. Blood spurted out of his eye. Despite that, the power of his erasure caused the sea of lightning to start rippling. Its momentum had been slowed. Though it still approached Xu Qing, when the critical moment arrived, a towering sword will emerged from Xu Qing. It was the Emperor's sword. The sword flew out of the top of his head, and as he took a step forward, he reached up and grabbed it by the hilt. As soon as he took hold of the sword, his energy surged, becoming something so mighty it could shake the starry sky. And as a result, the mountain-toppling, sea-draining sea of lightning lurched to a halt. Xu Qing took a step forward and slashed down with the Emperor's sword. Everything blurred as a howling sound echoed out, and boundless earth energy built up in the sword. It was turning into a sword of the earth. Earth Treasury stance. The sword slashed into the sea of lightning. The power of earth rose, also like a sea. As a result, the sea of lightning shook violently. Intense shockwaves rolled out when the two forces clashed. The sea of lightning passed through the sword energy to appear right in front of Xu Qing. There, it exploded and turned into a deadly attack. Xu Qing's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture as he dispelled the power of the attack. A string of booms rang out as he was shoved backward. On the other side, the sword energy slashed through the sea of lightning to appear in front of Li Mengtu. As it did, all of the mirrors around Li Mengtu flashed. Li Mengtu also performed an incantation gesture, causing the might of the sword to diminish as he also slid backward. From a distance, it looked like the two of them were evenly matched. In between them, the Earth Sea and the Lightning Sea clashed while the two cultivators were forced in the opposite direction. However, Li Mengtu was an early imperial sovereign and one of the shining stars. He came from the Li clan, was the apprentice of Poison Monarch, and had more tricks up his sleeve than the vast majority of imperial sovereigns. Even as he was shoved backward, his eyes shone with a silver light. It was as if he had become the incarnation of heavenly might as he spoke. I inquire of your soul, who is your master? I inquire of your spirit, where are you from? I inquire of your body, do you have internal injuries? I inquire of your heart, how many more moves do you have? This was none other than his third type of authority, that of binding revelation. This authority could be used to inquire of heaven, earth, and the Tao. It could be used to inquire of all living things and could make any sort of inquiry. It was a very intimidating and startling authority. When a question was asked with this authority, the truth would be revealed. Refusal would bring punishment from the Tao, and if one refused to respond, they would be struck immobile, in body, soul, and will. When the binding inquiry was made, Xu Qing shivered. A terrifying and intimidating force swept over him, striking him immobile. It hit his soul, dazing him. It hit his memories, overwhelming them. The moment Xu Qing was affected, Li Mengtu's eyes flashed with cold light, and he fell back further, all while performing a double-handed incantation gesture. He wasn't truly interested in asking those questions of Xu Qing. In fact, he couldn't care less what the answers were. He didn't care where this person came from, who his master was, what internal injuries he had, or what additional moves he had to make. Such things were inconsequential. His sole interest was using the binding inquiry to immobilize him. He wanted to create an opportunity to launch a fatal blow, and that opportunity was now there. Therefore, he didn't hesitate for an instant to unleash the deadly legacy trump card from his master. Aurora fills the sky, like an immortal flood. His master had several names: Sir Virtuous, Immortal Monarch Boundless, Old Man Immortal Flood, Poison Monarch. The names didn't come from nowhere. Actually, each name represented one of Poison Monarch's divine abilities. One of them, Old Man Immortal Flood, represented the divine ability that Li Mengtu had just unleashed. As Li Mengtu performed the incantation gesture and spoke the words, the dome of heaven trembled. The crimson aurora that filled the sky of the fifth star ring as far as the eye could see, and existed far above the previous sea of lightning, was affected. There was no way its entirety was affected. In the fifth star ring, that aurora was paramount, and something that could affect the entire thing would have been stupefying. But right now, the aura overhead was rippling. The area affected was about 50 kilometers. That part of the aurora detached. 50 kilometers of the aurora seemed to come under Li Mengtu's control. It dropped out of the sky as if it had been cut out or severed. It brought with it an unfathomable heaviness, an immense pressure that weighed down on the hearts and minds of everyone. It was like a flood, a waterfall, a sea dropping down from the sky. Crimson light descended, and as it passed, the sea of lightning crumbled and the sword will collapsed. That one single attack caused Xu Qing's energy and blood to seethe. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he dropped down to the ground. His injuries were not insignificant. That said, the injury actually snapped him out of the immobilized state caused by the binding inquiry. He could now see that 50 kilometers of the aurora falling, causing immense pressure and red light to fill the area. It was like a sea of blood. Li Mengtu was 50 kilometers away and keeping his distance. Even he was leery of this divine ability that could summon the aurora. Meanwhile, Xu Qing was experiencing a sensation of deadly crisis. As the critical moment neared, he unhesitatingly unleashed the full power of his 5 elements authorities. He had spent a year resting and studying, and had also picked up bits of enlightenment while traveling. Now he called on all of that. He started with the wood element. Countless plants sprang up, obscuring the sky and creating a world of vegetation that blocked the aurora. The world of wood shattered, and the aurora continued to descend. Xu Qing went into a double-handed incantation gesture, and the scraps of wood burst into towering flames to block the aurora. The addition of the fire worked temporarily, and then Xu Qing's thoughts shifted, causing all of the fire elements to suddenly give birth to earth. A world of earth formed to further block the aurora. The earth element erupted, and for a time it worked, but soon it shifted into metal. The power of metal shot up to pierce the sky. But the aurora was so astonishing that the piercing failed. When metal reached its limits, it came time to release water. The power of the water element swept out in an unprecedented fashion. The surroundings turned into a huge sea, filling millions upon millions of kilometers and creating a body of water that mortals couldn't even fathom. The sea of water spread boundlessly, reflecting the dome of heaven. And as the crimson aurora fell, it was reflected within the water. It was another obstacle. Ultimately, the sea weakened, and finally the wood element was born again. And thus, the 5 elements shifted between each other, creating obstacle after obstacle for the aurora, preventing it from descending. Around that time, the killing intent in Xu Qing's eyes burned. Waving his hand, he produced several sticks of life-burning incense. After imprinting them with the image of Li Mengtu, he lit them, bolstered them with the power of time, and then blew on them. The incense burned so quickly that, in an instant, it was almost burned out. Li Mengtu's face fell as blood sprayed out of his mouth. He staggered back, a dour look on his face. Xu Qing took advantage of the moment to lunge forward. The power of space erupted, giving him astonishing momentum as he closed in on Li Mengtu. At the same time, the Dao lineament of immortal skills surged in the pupil of his left eye. The power of 6 thieves deceive life formed. 5 dogs cleave immortals erupted. A golden crow flew out, blessing Xu Qing. Then Little Shadow appeared to help him. But even all that wasn't enough. Without any hesitation, Xu Qing unleashed the fourth stream of sword energy that Grandpa Ninth had given him. He sent it right toward Li Mengtu. Li Mengtu's facial expression was unsurpassably grave as he urgently shot backward. Chapter 1126. Everyone's a schemer. The aurora was an immortal flood, still weighing down with immense pressure, but blocked by the cycle of 5 elements that Xu Qing had unleashed. Unfortunately, as Xu Qing knew, it was only a temporary respite. At the very most, it would have a few dozen breaths of time. If he wanted to truly vanquish the immortal flood of the aurora, he needed to figure out a way to kill Li Mengtu. If his opponent died, then his opponent's magical techniques would be dispelled. And thus, as Li Mengtu fell back, Xu Qing became a string of afterimages as he blurred toward his opponent with explosive speed. He was moving so fast that it almost seemed like time had slowed down. His eyes grew even colder than before as his left hand flashed in an incantation gesture. He shoved his hand out, and the power of space appeared. Wild colors flashed as a grid came into being. Each part of the grid was an independent space, and they now had all of Li Mengtu's paths of retreat blocked. He couldn't teleport, and the pressure was now weighing down on him dangerously. Li Mengtu's heart pounded. He knew that this Xu Qing was no ordinary opponent. The power of the binding revelation he had used back at the primary Dao precipice had told him that he was dealing with someone very strong. Despite the preparations Li Mengtu had made, he was finding this to be a difficult opponent to deal with. He had to focus completely on the fighting, if he was even the least bit lax. If he made even the slightest misstep, his opponent would seize that opportunity. And that was exactly what he had done, and now Li Mengtu had to deal with an attack of mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. This enemy was obviously proficient in finding openings to exploit. Li Mengtu was coming to realize that this opponent had stronger mental fortitude than he himself had possessed in the fight that earned him his reputation. The thoughts flashing through Li Mengtu's mind didn't distract him from defending himself. Even though he was isolated by the power of space, he quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was blood sorcery, and as a result, a host of blood-red magical symbols sprang into being in front of him. Flowers in mirrors spun around him, flashing as they prepared to deal with the incoming tempest. However, it was never a good idea to use the same move twice on Xu Qing, unless you could pull it off with absolute perfection. And in this case, flowers in mirrors had not been pulled off perfectly. The first time it had been used on Xu Qing, it caught him off guard. But this time, he was prepared. This was not some sort of karmic magic. Rather, it was a divine ability that used the power of space. The basic principle was magical reflection. It created overlapping layers of dimensional space that could be used to deliver deadly blows the enemy wouldn't even notice. In that way, its flaws were deeply hidden, though still present. The flaws were the reflections and the intangible overlapping dimensions. Xu Qing could deal with the latter by isolating them with the similar spatial power of his grid. As for the former, that was exactly why he had summoned Little Shadow. Little Shadow had a body of darkness that could spread out wildly in the shortest of moments to cover the reflections, and thus, what flowers in mirrors reflected was nothing but darkness. The dimensional spaces were isolated and couldn't be truly revealed, thus rendering them incomplete. All of this takes a bit of time to describe, but in reality, took place in the amount of time it takes a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Flowers in mirrors was limited, and Xu Qing's immortal skills erupted. First came 6 thieves deceive life. The 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures that came from the immortal skill were like monsters that exploded within Li Mengtu's mind and heart. They infected his emotions, devoured his will, and stained his Dao heart. Next came 5 dogs cleave immortals. The stingy dog entered the haunt and threw memories into chaos. An open door formed, allowing the greedy dog to howl, charge inside, and bind the soul. Next, the foolish dog formed, lusting for death. The depraved dog entered, longing to fall into hell. And finally came the austere dog, and the body was lost forever. An anguished scream escaped from Li Mengtu's mouth. His face twisted, and his body shook violently. This was the first time in his life that he had faced a magical technique like this. In fact, at this point, it wasn't even right to call it a magical technique. It was more like a Gruish curse. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls howled in agony, and his memories had fallen into chaos. But Xu Qing's deadly attack wasn't over yet. In fact, he had just gotten started. He diffused flowers in mirrors. He used immortal skills to throw the enemy's soul into confusion. And next came sword energy. Grandpa Ninth had given him 5 streams of sword energy, and he was now using the last of them. Sword energy shone brightly in the sky, moving with unstoppable momentum. An aggressive sword projection appeared, slicing through everything until it reached Li Mengtu. Li Mengtu shivered as a massive wound opened on his chest, out of which poured masses of blood. Next came the black fire of the golden crow, which turned into a black spear. Xu Qing emerged from the flames to grab the spear. His cultivation base was surging as the powers of time and space appeared. He pulled them into the long spear. Then he stabbed out in front of him. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the spear stabbed into the exact wound that Grandpa Ninth's sword energy had just opened up. It pierced into his flesh, reached his heart, and stabbed through it. The aurora vanished. The 5 elements retreated. Yet Xu Qing's facial expression had not turned relaxed. Rather, his pupils had constricted. Abandoning any plans to rip the corpse to pieces, he fell back. He moved so quickly that he was off in the distance only a moment later. The moment he retreated, a terrifying explosion spread out from Li Mengtu's corpse. It covered an area of 500 kilometers. All living things within that area were wiped out of existence. Xu Qing's expression was grave as he stood 500 kilometers away, as even at that distance, he could sense the terrifying nature of the blast. Had he been a bit slower, he probably wouldn't have died, but would have suffered grievous injuries. At the same time, a raspy voice spoke from the destroyed lands in front of Xu Qing. "You gave me no choice but to use my 3rd authority. Very impressive." Along with the voice came Li Mengtu, slowly walking out from the destruction. His clothes were tattered, but his injuries were gone. Everything about him, from his aura to his general state to his cultivation base, were back at the ultimate peak. The power of his 3rd authority was heaven-defying. It was called regeneration. Li Mengtu looked at Xu Qing with a grave, complicated look. "Before I met you, I assumed you qualified to participate in the legacy phase because you were among the best of the best, and that even if you were stronger than me, it couldn't be by that much. But now, even though I have an early imperial sovereign cultivation base, and you're only a late smoldering god, the fact is that our battle prowess is roughly the same. When it comes to talent and aptitude, I can't match you. But in the world we live in, nothing is truly fair. There is." "You talk too much," Xu Qing said calmly. After encountering an imperial sovereign who used words to weave taboo formations, Xu Qing was wary of such methods. Therefore, even as he interrupted his opponent, the authority of erasure glittered in his eye. He immediately erased all traces of Dao lineaments in the area. Li Mengtu's eyes gleamed as he lifted his right hand and pushed it out in front of him. The fragrance of flowers spread out from Li Mengtu. The sky went dark, and then countless flowers and plants bloomed for millions of kilometers in every direction. The entire area was turned into a sea of flowers. As for the flowers, some were beautiful, some were ugly, some were rotten, some were ferocious. But all of them were poisonous. As for the floral aroma, it contained the aura of innumerable poisonous plants that combined into one poison. It was an astonishing aura that spread out rapidly to cover Xu Qing. Any other person in Xu Qing's shoes would be in a deadly situation. But Xu Qing was an expert when it came to the Tao of plants and vegetation. Though he had no medicinal plants on him at the moment, he had a lot of medicinal pills. Medicinal pills were formed by refining plants and vegetation and adjusting their internal qualities to meet a specific need. Thus, Xu Qing waved his hand, causing a host of pills to appear. He had selected every one intentionally, and after they were out in the open, he crushed them, extracting what he needed from them, and then using his skill to combine them again. That was how he neutralized the poison attack. Time was limited, so he couldn't completely dispel the poison, but he could at least keep his battle prowess up despite being in the middle of the sea of flowers. However, even as Xu Qing produced the medicinal pills and then crushed them to deal with the poison, Li Mengtu shot forward explosively, moving over 500 kilometers in an instant to appear right in front of Xu Qing. There, he launched a fist strike. Xu Qing looked up and fought back. Deafening booms rang out as Li Mengtu launched a storm of blows. He sometimes used physical attacks, sometimes magical attacks. He was fully on the offensive, not even bothering to mount a defense. He was fighting in a completely different way than before. Facing such an intense attack forced Xu Qing to respond in kind. The black spear in his hand flashed back and forth. The 5 elements' authority exploded out. The power of space and time rippled forth. In the shortest of moments, both of them were fighting back and forth with utter ferocity. There was no pause in the rumbling booms. Of course, there were injuries. Xu Qing was being hurt both in body and soul. He was soon covered with blood. Strangely, though, Li Mengtu wasn't hurt at all. Put more precisely, whenever he was hurt, his regeneration abilities would return him to normal. It seemed almost as if his authority of regeneration gave him infinite healing abilities. When Xu Qing saw that happening, his heart sank. This regeneration authority was truly heaven-defying, and what was worse, his opponent could seemingly use it over and over again. A power like that went beyond heaven-defying. Xu Qing had never seen anything like it. In fact, he had never even heard of anything like it. That said, his ability to reverse time could be considered comparable, so at least he had some level of understanding. My time reversal ability is heaven-defying, but I can't even use it twice in a row. In that case, this Li Mengtu must have to pay some sort of price to use this authority. There's no way he can just keep using it long-term. And once it stops working, he'll definitely have to pay that price. With that thought in mind, Xu Qing gritted his teeth and shifted from offense to defense. As his opponent launched his flurry of attacks, Xu Qing fell back. Despite how Xu Qing was delaying things, Li Mengtu only attacked with greater ferocity. Xu Qing's injuries kept piling up and worsening until he was drenched in blood. Li Mengtu's eyes glittered. He knew that his regeneration authority was out of the ordinary. Specifically, he could enter the regeneration state for a time, but had to pay a heavy price. What was more, once he left the state, there would be a big backlash, and he would also be unable to enter the state a second time, at least temporarily. Though he seemed like he wasn't worried about Xu Qing's time reversal technique, the truth was that he was very wary of it. And thus, there were 2 reasons why he was pushing the attack. The first was that, though he knew it was wasting time, that counted for Xu Qing as well. As far as he could tell, Xu Qing could only reverse time to a limited degree. At the most, it was probably an incense stick's worth of time. In fact, that seemed generous. It was probably only a few dozen breaths of time. Second, because of the threat of time reversal, he didn't want to unleash any trump cards that dealt a lot of damage. Instead, he would use a flurry of attacks to cause the damage to build up steadily. That way, if Xu Qing did decide to reverse time, he wouldn't be able to do so in a way that brought him back to his peak state. At the best, he would only go back to a point where he was less injured, but still injured. Now I just need to test him out and see if he can still use that ability. If he can, then I might just have to resort to that one option. But if he doesn't, then this battle is over. After doing a quick calculation to determine how much time he had left with the authority of regeneration, Li Mengtu suddenly pulled out a wooden statue. It was pitch black, pulsed with a fiendish energy, and looked like an old man. It was very lifelike. The old man's facial features were distorted as if with agony, and his body seemed to be writhing, as if he was expecting to die at any moment. And then Li Mengtu did something that struck shock into Xu Qing's heart. Li Mengtu held the statue with one hand, then stabbed himself with his other hand, shoving it into his chest and ripping his own heart out. Chapter 1127, the scroll cracks open. When he crushed the heart, it exploded in a cloud of blood. Despite Li Mengtu being in the regeneration state, the injury was intensely painful. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as well as the hole in his chest. Now he was just as drenched in blood as Xu Qing. In fact, it was so painful his body writhed awkwardly. Yet strangely, he was smiling. The wooden statue of the old man in his hand was also smiling. Both of them were writhing in agony, and both were smiling. They looked exactly the same. Next, to Xu Qing's astonishment, his own chest exploded as if invisible hands had appeared and ripped it open to reveal the heart. And the heart was grabbed by those invisible hands, which started to crush it. Karmic magic. The authority of erasure in Xu Qing's eye glittered, revealing to him a host of karma threads connecting himself to the wooden statue and connecting the statue to Li Mengtu. The statue was obviously a medium connecting Xu Qing to Li Mengtu. That connection didn't transfer injuries, but inflicted them simultaneously. When Li Mengtu crushed his heart, Xu Qing couldn't avoid his own heart being crushed. Xu Qing's expression darkened as he looked down at his crushed heart. Without any hesitation, he produced a huge pair of shears. It was not the same shears he had acquired years ago. Rather, it was a materialization of the Tao lineament of erasure. Though they weren't as strong as the earlier shears, as Xu Qing's cultivation base improved, they became extremely sharp. The moment they appeared, they snapped down on the karma threads connecting Xu Qing to the statue. A snap rang out as the karma threads were severed. The dangerous situation was resolved. Xu Qing took a step forward in Li Mengtu's direction. However, that was when Li Mengtu again spoke in a raspy voice. From the moment I saw you using that special authority, I guessed that you probably had the ability to sever karma. And given that, do you really think I would do something like this without a plan? Digging out the heart was just a way to check if you really had a karmic magic. That's all. Li Mengtu suddenly squeezed his hand down onto the statue until the head snapped off. The statue had a mysterious origin and was very Gruish. Though the karma threads had been severed by the shears, it still managed to unleash a ferocious backlash attack. The moment that happened, the karma threads that had been severed seemed to gain new life. They were like giant snakes that instantly wrapped around the shears. By doing so, they reestablished the connection. Xu Qing's pupils constricted. At the same time, Li Mengtu laughed uproariously. Then he lifted his left hand, within which was a dagger. Glaring at Xu Qing, he unhesitatingly plunged the dagger into his own throat. Blood sprayed out as a wound appeared so deep it severed the bones. The same type of wound appeared on Xu Qing. Blood poured out as pain racked Xu Qing from head to toe. His already wound-covered body had been severely injured, throwing his cultivation base into chaos and causing his life force to start draining. All he could do was clamp his hand down over the injury and fall back at top speed. Dizziness swept through him with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. By contrast, Li Mengtu simply put away the statue and relied on the authority of regeneration to return him to his previous state. His heart grew back, and the terrifying neck injury vanished. By the time the authority of regeneration faded away, he was back into a peak, uninjured state. However, as soon as the authority of regeneration was gone, he had to pay the price. In the blink of an eye, his hair turned gray, his body withered, and his aura weakened. Then his glittering eyes locked onto the retreating Xu Qing. Apparently, I was right. You can't use your time reversal ability 2 times in a row. With that, he burst into motion toward Xu Qing, his killing intent surging. He was now completely and utterly convinced that his opponent would not be using his ability to reverse time. He moved so fast it was like a teleportation. Appearing in front of Xu Qing with killing intent surging, he thrust his right hand out. His plan was to kill Xu Qing right here and now. It was a critical moment. Xu Qing's head was about to fall off his shoulders thanks to the horrific neck injury, and his cultivation base was suppressed. However, his eyes shone, not with panic, but with killing intent. Without the slightest hesitation, he bit down onto an object that he had put into his mouth just before the fighting started. It was a magical symbol that looked like a flower petal. It was the gift Grandma Fifth had given him back in the Moonlight region, and it could bless him with a full recovery. He had been unwilling to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. If he used it, it would completely heal all injuries, but it would drain some of Grandma Fifth's life force. As of now, he had no other options. The moment he bit down on it, a gentle force swept through his entire body. The mangled wound on his chest healed. All his wounds went away. His horrific neck injury vanished. Next, he crushed the sealing mark that Grandpa Eighth had given him, which was a manifestation of pure rage. The most intense rage imaginable erupted within Xu Qing, along with a boost to his cultivation base and killing intent. Because of the rage, even his fleshly body was improved. In the blink of an eye, his muscles and veins bulged, his eyes turned bloodshot, and even his breathing seemed full of strength and emotion. Even as Li Mengtu's face fell, Xu Qing lunged forward. A heaven-rending, earth-crushing fist strike landed. Li Mengtu had already paid the price for using his authority of regeneration. It was in a very weakened state that Xu Qing's fist strike hit him. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he tumbled backward in astonishment. Glaring at him furiously, Xu Qing shot forward with tremendous speed and unleashed another fist strike. Booms rang out as Xu Qing pursued Li Mengtu and launched one successful blow after another. Li Mengtu was battered backward, blood spraying out of his mouth as he reeled in shock. Seeing the danger he was in, Li Mengtu threw his right hand up and pointed toward the sky. Intense rumbling sounds echoed out as a host of towers appeared. In short order, there were 9,000 of them. Then Li Mengtu thrust his hand down, and the 9,000 magnificent towers began to fall like rain. All of them flew toward Xu Qing to block his path. Xu Qing's body and cultivation base surged as he reached out with his right hand. The Emperor's sword appeared, and then he and the sword shot toward the towers. The raging sword energy destroyed everything it touched. From a distance, it was possible to see one tower after another shattering into nothing. Deafening booms rang out constantly. From the beginning up to this point, this fight had been extremely difficult for Xu Qing. Li Mengtu had more tricks up his sleeve than any other imperial sovereign Xu Qing had faced. His authorities were very Gruish, to the point where even after Xu Qing had used all of his own trump cards, he still couldn't come out on top of things. Li Mengtu had similar feelings. However, despite his weak state, his eyes were flashing with determination. As he used 9,000 illusory towers to block his opponent, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Then he started tapping different spots all over himself. Each tap of his finger caused a magical symbol to appear. Every magical symbol was exceedingly complex, and actually seemed to be made up of over 10,000 smaller magical symbols. After there were 108 of them, they started flowing back and forth to make a spell formation. Sealing marks, release, Li Mengtu roared. The formation of symbols emerged, appearing in front of him, whereupon all the symbols started moving rapidly. It quickly expanded to a size 10 times larger than before, and with every rotation it grew larger. Soon it was 100 times larger, 1,000 times larger, 10,000 times larger. Ultimately, an astonishing spell formation was visible, radiating golden light. And then the power of a god began to seep out from the spell formation. This was a power that surpassed that of a flawless god. It was alter god power. Astonishingly, this was a god-sealing spell formation. As the spell formation opened and the aura of a god emerged, a hand appeared. Put precisely, it was the severed right hand of an alter god, which had been sealed inside of Li Mengtu to be used as a trump card. The hand had rough, magenta-colored skin and was covered with very fine tentacles that made it look malicious and terrifying. The moment it appeared, mutagen surged, and a faint chanting filled the area. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to understand the chanting, but given that Xu Qing had a god clone, he could make it out clearly. There were 2 words being spoken. Human pill. Li Mengtu was saying the same thing. The sound echoed in heaven and earth as the huge severed hand of the god stretched toward Xu Qing to grab him. Xu Qing shivered as alter god power erupted from the god's hand and slammed into him. His bones immediately emitted cracking sounds. His body writhed. His soul writhed. Every part of him writhed. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed onto him and was crushing him into a ball, turning him into a flesh and blood human pill. It was a difficult process for Li Mengtu to endure as well. But Xu Qing was so difficult to kill that he resorted to undoing the sealing mark, which would also force him to pay a heavy price later. However, right at that moment, something strange happened to Xu Qing. It was not the work of Starfire. Rather, a languid voice that had been sealed inside Xu Qing began to speak at this very unique point in time. There was a little showboater named Xu Qing who went out for training. A few years later, the showboater came back safely. It was Yu Liuchun's story, and it was a blessing from Yu Liuchun. The severed hand came from an altar god, and Yu Liuchun was also an altar god. The voice turned into a conflict between gods, and an instant later, the severed hand that Li Mengtu had released went slack and retreated back into the spell formation. Yu Liuchun's voice faded away. Xu Qing was no longer writhing. Though he was bleeding profusely, he forced himself to look up at Li Mengtu, who was glaring back at him fiercely. Xu Qing launched himself forward. Li Mengtu struggled to breathe as a sensation of profound crisis erupted within him. However, his killing intent had not been reduced. Instead, it grew stronger as the moment got more critical. Now this is what I call a duel to the death. Incredible, really incredible. Li Mengtu waved his hand, causing a scroll painting to appear in front of him that emanated an ancient aura. Xu Qing, you are such a worthy opponent that I'm willing to permanently lose 30% of my longevity to utilize my clan's scroll painting. Li Mengtu was the only person in his clan who could open this scroll, but he had never been inclined to do so. Keeping it closed was the best option, and that was because opening it required paying a massive price that surpassed anything imaginable. Even just opening it by a crack required a payment of 1/3 of one's longevity. He had used it once years ago, and now, he was using it a second time. The moment he produced the scroll, Xu Qing's mind started spinning. Li Mengtu didn't hesitate. He forcefully put out his hand and cracked open the scroll. It was unstoppable. No one could evade it. When the scroll cracked open, black light emerged. That light covered everything in heaven and earth. It only lasted an instant. Then Li Mengtu snapped the scroll shut. He was breathing heavily and couldn't stop himself from coughing up several huge mouthfuls of blood. As for his surroundings, he was completely and utterly alone. Xu Qing was nowhere to be seen. He had been sealed inside the scroll. It's over. This fight has been the most difficult since I confirmed my Dao. Li Mengtu wiped the blood from his mouth and, ignoring how weak he was in body and soul, looked down at the scroll painting. The legacy didn't come to me, which indicates he's not dead. He couldn't see inside the scroll, but based on the information passed down by the clan patriarchs, he knew that the scroll came from the location they had originally come from. It's a place called Deep Earth. He'll definitely die eventually, and it won't take long. However, just to be safe, I'll take the scroll to the clan's restricted area and suppress it with blood. That will make sure he dies sooner rather than later. Taking a deep breath, Li Mengtu shot off into the distance. Chapter 11:28. The world is a tavern for living beings. In the Dao Immortal sect in the west, there was a vast, fertile land where two medicinal plants had been locked in a struggle. That struggle had just ended. One plant stood tall and in a full state of bloom, its leaves rustling, and the entire plant glittering like starlight. In contrast, the other plant had withered up. Its leaves had dried up, its flowers wilted, and it looked like it was about to fall to the ground. And yet, Poison Monarch was still observing the situation closely. He was not looking at the plant that was on the verge of victory, but rather, the plant that was about to collapse onto the ground. Facing death without fear, huh? He murmured, and his eyes started shining. High in the sky above the western region, Li Mengtu looked very pale in the face. His rapid pace of travel had exacerbated his internal injuries, causing him to occasionally cough up blood. He was doing everything he could to suppress them, but was reaching his limit. This was the most intense and difficult battle he had fought in his entire life. It had been very perilous to achieve victory, and he had also ended up severely injured. It was unprecedented. This is probably what would happen if I fought some of the other shining stars. Despite having come out victorious, when he thought back to everything that happened in the fight, he still felt lingering fear. Because of that, he hadn't let down his guard. There's always the possibility of unexpected developments, and unexpected developments tend to favor chosen cultivators. Li Mengtu took a deep breath. He was not going to permit any unexpected possibilities from playing out right now, and because of that, he was fully aware that he wasn't moving fast enough. Reaching up with his right hand, he pushed down onto his forehead. Rumbling sounds resulted, and his face turned unusually ruddy. Apparently, he had tapped into some latent potential and was even burning some authority. The resulting burst of speed was like a major teleportation. He did the same thing multiple times over the next 3 days. Combined with the impressive nature of the ancient teleportation portals, and it resulted in him reaching the Li clan in only 4 vortex days. This was not the clan's restricted area in the east. Rather, it was their ancestral land. It was Li City. The place was imposing, huge, and bustling, with a population made of countless cultivators. Meanwhile, deep under the ground beneath the city was a spectacular necropolis. It seemed like an independent world, and actually it was. It was a minor world. It had its own heaven and earth, although it didn't have living beings. The world was calm, but there was a wind blowing past rivers and plains before reaching a towering mountain. On top of that mountain was a building crafted from wood. Its main gate was tightly shut. In the courtyard was a pill cauldron, out of which curled incense smoke. Despite the wind, it rose straight up like a blue cloud. A short time later, ripples spread out through the sky of the minor world, whereupon Li Mengtu stepped out into the open. Taking a deep breath, he entered the courtyard and looked at the closed door with a grave expression. He dropped to his knees. This was a holy location to the Li clan. It was where their aging patriarch had resided. The patriarch eventually passed away into meditation, whereupon the place became a shrine hall. According to custom, clan members weren't permitted to come to this place except when it was time to offer ancestral sacrifices. Li Mengtu touched his forehead to the ground in a kowtow, then quietly said, "Your descendant Li Mengtu has come to disturb your peace, patriarch." After a moment passed, Li Mengtu stood. Looking away from the door, he turned his gaze to the pill cauldron. That cauldron was the reason he had come to this place. With the wave of his hand, he produced the scroll painting with Xu Qing sealed inside and threw it toward the pill cauldron. When it entered, the cauldron vibrated violently, and in turn, the entire minor world started shaking. Loud rumbling sounds filled the place. Boundless subterranean fire shot up, filling the world with light. Spell formations activated. With the world itself as a spell formation, and subterranean fire setting the limits, the cauldron became like an oven, which boosted the scroll's power of assimilation. As of now, nothing can go wrong. There's no way any unexpected development can occur with Xu Qing. He's going to die beyond the shadow of a doubt. Li Mengtu could finally relax a bit. After kowtowing once more to the wooden building, he rose up into the sky and prepared to return to the Tao Immortal sect. The immortal spirit energy there would be very helpful in his recovery. After I'm back to normal, I'll come back. Xu Qing's soul will have been scattered into deep earth, and my legacy will return to me. Li Mengtu gave one last look at the pill cauldron and the scroll inside of it. The patriarch of the Li clan had left that scroll painting behind before he passed away into meditation. Truth be told, most clan members only knew that much of the story. Few people knew the details. Common knowledge stated that the painting was a precious treasure of the clan, and that it came from a place called Deep Earth. That was their patriarch's home. 1. They also knew that if someone could open it, they could unleash the power to seal a lower immortal. But Li Mengtu, who was only strong enough to crack it open by sacrificing some of his longevity, knew a bit more. The body will turn to nothing. The soul will enter reincarnation. After being whittled away, the end result is the spirit being scattered in deep earth. Li Mengtu burst into motion and disappeared from the minor world. He had disturbed the peace of the minor world. It was now full of endless fire, as well as constant rumbling sounds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of heavenly thunder seemed to come from beyond the sky, piercing into the world and becoming muffled rumbling sounds. It soon entered the dreams of all the people sleeping in the capital city. Many people woke up with a start. Among them was an old man. He opened his eyes and then coughed softly. To some extent, the sound of his cough surpassed the heavenly thunder. In an instant, the old man's mansion house filled with lamp light, and a host of servants rushed to attend to him. None of them dared to be even slightly negligent in their duties. Whether or not you got killed by lightning from heaven mostly depended on chance. Whether or not you got killed by the old man mostly depended on his mood. That was why his cough surpassed the heavenly thunder. The old man wore an inner garment of the finest silk, which indicated he had a very high status. He had white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and plenty of age spots. But the prestige he had built over his years of occupying such a high position ensured that people who looked at him didn't even realize that he was on the verge of dying. All they could think about was his lifetime of astonishing deeds. "What time is it?" the old man said in a raspy voice. The dozens of servants present were all trembling. One of them said, "Lord, it's the 4th watch." 2. The old man lay back down. "You're all dismissed." The servants breathed sighs of relief as they backed out of the room. Soon the room was quiet again, except for the sound of thunder coming from beyond the heavens. The old man didn't close his eyes. He stared into the darkness of the room. He could feel that his life force was withering away, and he could sense how weak he was. Death was coming. "I'm old, but I still get the sense that there's something I've forgotten." After some time passed, he finally closed his eyes. This was the 79th year in the heavenly nobility calendar of the Great Tranquility Dynasty. The capital city of heavenly nobility was known as Heavenly Treasure. That old man was the immensely powerful Prime Minister Su Jinfa, who had helped Emperor Heavenly Nobility ascend the throne after conquering 25 smaller kingdoms, and had thus given the emperor a powerful foundation upon which to rule. That night, the Prime Minister passed away. 3. Thunder rumbled through the night continuously. It was almost like how the cycle of reincarnation ran continuously. However, when it came to the cycle of reincarnation, there were some people who were remembered by history, but most of them were little more than passing ripples. A good example was the person who was born that day in this world. He was a person named Su Hong. His father was a merchant who was obsessed with becoming rich. In fact, the Hong in Su Hong's name came from an idiom that meant rich businessman. 4. Su Hong worked hard his entire life to make his father's dreams come true. Instead of focusing on academics, he took over the family business at a young age. He followed his ideals. Days passed. Years passed. He was always kind and charitable, to the point where people started calling him a philanthropist. Unfortunately, a scam perpetrated by someone close to him destroyed the family dream, and an epidemic destroyed his personal dream. The wealth that his family had built up ended up vanishing. After losing his wife and children, he sank into despair. And then, as he was on his deathbed, someone wrapped him up in a tarp and threw him onto a pile of corpses. The fire wiped him out of existence. Was it all worth it? Su Shan wasn't confused and felt unlucky. Trying to ignore his mounting headache, he looked at the burning corpses and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. 5. Around him on the road were shattered horse carts, mounds of gold ingots, trembling womenfolk, and greedy eyes peering through the flames at the women. He was one of the greedy ones. He was one of the bandits of Cloudy Mountain, but that had never been his goal in life. He was third Master Su, who had lived a life of freedom. He was a Jianghu wanderer who cared only about being free. But now he stayed on that mountain, robbing passing merchants, occasionally facing deadly situations. And in the end, others ate meat while he sipped plain broth. He hated this kind of life, and his headaches just kept getting worse. It was a problem he'd had his entire life. When he was young, his mother had claimed it was his head growing bigger. He had believed her. But as he grew up, the headaches just got worse, and it didn't seem like his head was growing any bigger. He always got tricked. He always got the short end of the stick. He remembered that his mother ended up getting killed, and he was fairly certain he avenged her death, but he couldn't be sure. He just remembered killing a lot of people. After smacking himself in the head a few times, he bandaged his leg and thought about the bodyguard who had landed a saber blow on him before dying. The bodyguard had very nearly inflicted a deadly blow, and thus, Xu Shan felt unlucky. I need to just pick a time and leave this place. Then I can find a doctor and figure out what's wrong with my head. As Xu Shan was thinking about such things, he heard laughter in the distance. A moment later, someone threw a woman down in front of him. The person who had thrown her down was the vice chief of the bandits. "Hey, third idiot, you did pretty good today. How about I reward you with this tramp?" Xu Shan shivered. For some reason, the words caused his head to stop hurting. Breathing somewhat heavily, he eyed the trembling woman. Now that he thought about it, being a bandit wasn't that bad after all. Looking at the vice chief, Xu Shan said, Thank." A rock flew out of nowhere and hit Xu Shan in the head. The painful force of the blow sent him staggering backward a step. The vice chief laughed mockingly. "Still want her?" There was a lot of laughter from the other bandits. "Nah, that's fine," Xu Shan said with a smile, trying to look like he didn't care. But in reality, his headache had just gotten a lot worse. It hurt so bad that he either needed to kill someone or kill himself. The bandits got everything in order and headed back to their camp. On the way there, Xu Shan suddenly jumped in front of the vice chief. As the vice chief laughed mockingly at him, Xu Shan tried to stab him with his saber. He missed. What came next was a tempest of pain. In the end, he was stabbed over and over like a rag doll until he was soaked with blood. Despite the fact that he was about to die, he laughed. Then everyone gasped. That was because just before dying, he managed to get a big mouthful of meat. And that meat came from the vice chief's throat. The world blurred. As it did, Xu Shan suddenly realized that his headache was gone. A saying had just popped into his head out of nowhere. The world is a tavern for living beings. But what's it mean? Xu Shan was no scholar. He had no idea what the saying meant, and before he could put much thought into it, his life ran out. 1. Things click together here. The 2 character in Li Mengtu's name is the same character that means earth in deep earth. Remember that Meng means dream. So the interpretation of the characters in his name seemed to imply dreaming of deep earth. All of this is additionally thought-provoking, considering that previous chapters have seemingly implied that deep earth is the home of the characters of the author's other novels. 2. Assuming the night watch system works like ancient China, there would be 5 watches covering the night, with the first watch either starting at sundown or at a specific time around something like 7 p.m., so the 4th watch would be the deep night a few hours before dawn, probably something like 3 or 4 in the morning. 3. Su Jinfa. Su is the same surname as Xu Qing. Jin means gold medal and Fa means law magic. 4. Su Hong. Su is the same surname as Xu Qing. Hong means swan, goose, great, large. This is a sort of fancy-looking character. To be specific, the character usually refers to the swan goose answer signoids, which is a large goose native to Mongolia, northeast China, and the Russian Far East. However, the meaning attached to this name is different, as is explained in the narrative. 5. Su Shan. Su is the same surname as Xu Qing. Shan means mountain. Chapter 11:29. The Timescape is an old guest. In the minor world in the shrine hall in Li City was a wooden building. It had a utilitarian interior. There was a desk, a chair, and a wooden cot. In addition, there was some calligraphy hanging on the wall. Like a pious guest, he searched for a temple that might not exist. Fire still burned outside. The scroll painting in the pill cauldron was being assimilated by the sea of flames, causing it to glitter with mysterious light. It sounded like there was a voice coming from inside the scroll. It was very faint. What did I forget? Was it worth it? That same saying again. Maybe I should have someone to help me send a message out of here. The voice faded away into the crackling of the fire. The fire burned hotter and brighter. As a result, the roof above the clay pot was bright red. The medicinal liquid was getting hotter and more viscous. Occasionally, bubbles would rise to the surface and pop, causing a medicinal aroma to fill the simple wooden room. The room wasn't very large, but it did have several cabinets full of medicinal ingredients. In the middle of the room were two people. One was an old man, one was younger. The old man wore a navy blue robe and had long white hair. The passage of time had left his face numb, and he currently sat in a rocking chair looking out at the setting sun. It was hard to tell what he was thinking about. The young man looked at the old man for a while. Eventually, he couldn't hold back from speaking. "Master, what's next?" "What do you mean, what's next?" the old man responded. "In the story, sir, you just said you forgot something and wondered if you regretted something. And then you said that same saying again. What saying are you talking about? If you need to send a message out, I can do it." The old man looked at the medicine in the clay pot. "The medicine has been decocting for long enough. Split it up and make the deliveries. 1. The young man quickly got a ladle and started scooping the medicine out of the clay pot and into a nearby medicine box. Then he ran toward the door. Just before he stepped out of the medicine shop, he paused and looked over his shoulder. "Master, once I've delivered the medicine, you have to tell me about that saying, all right? I'm so curious, and I can definitely relay the message. If you tell me that saying, then I'll tell you a secret." The old man nodded. Brimming with anticipation, the young man ran out into the city with the medicine box. As the old man watched the young man disappear in the distance, his gaze went slack. "What was that saying? I can't remember." The night had passed. The young man never came back. Some people said that he ran into an immortal who took him away. Others said that he was devoured by the night. In fact, for the rest of that old man's life, he was never seen again. It almost seemed that it had all been in the old man's imagination. For the 10 years that went by until he passed away, the old man would occasionally think back to that little apprentice he had, and his impression of him seemed to fade each time. That was because his life was mostly focused on trying to remember that saying. It was as if the saying existed in his memories, yet was buried so deep he couldn't find it. But then, on the day he died, when his memories turned into ashes that drifted out into the mortal world, he remembered. The world is a tavern for living beings, but what's the next part? The old man never got an answer. Time had taken his life. It had taken his spirit, and the only thing left behind in the world was a corpse that ended up buried in the ground. Within the flowing of the timescape, the corpse and the ground merged until they were the same. Outside, time passed. The world changed. What had once been a little city turned into ruins, and the ruins became a wilderness. It was hard to say how much time passed. One day, a hoe rose up into the air, wielded by a person. It plunged down into the dirt of the wilderness. The wild areas were being cleared for cultivation. Crops were sown, and a village sprang up. The person tending the land led a boring life. He started young, but eventually grew up and then became an old man. Just before dying, he told his family that he had once been an important government official, a rich businessman, a bandit in the mountains, and a doctor. And he had always been buried in this area. He explained that in this life, he wanted to again be buried in the same spot. That way, he could buy some extra time for his future self, and also ensure that his spirit lingered longer before dissipating. His final words seemed very fanciful, to the point where no one believed that he was telling the truth. But in the end, it didn't matter, as he was indeed buried in the ground there. He was such an ordinary person that he was like a drop of water in a sea. And when that sea dried up years later, no one would ever remember that one drop of water. Springs came, autumns went. The village turned into a walled city. A few years later, on a winter evening, a middle-aged cultivator arrived on the wind. He was a rogue cultivator who belonged to no sect or clan, but he had taken advantage of an opportunity to enter a hidden dimension and acquire a legacy. That legacy was a discarnate soul. In order to acquire the full legacy, he needed to fulfill the desires of the discarnate soul, and the discarnate soul had led him to this place. Upon reaching a certain patch of ground, the discarnate soul flew out of the cultivator and turned into a young man. The young man looked at the surrounding lands. He looked at the walled city. Things had changed. The little city from before was much bigger now. What had once been a medicine shop was now a school. The young man looked at everything and thought back to a night years ago when his very first master had told him a story. That had been a very long time ago, and he had wondered if he would be able to recall all the details. He had been taken away into the cultivation world. He had grown up and lived his own life. He had experienced sorrow, joy, love, and hatred. He had reached the highest heights, but he had ultimately perished, becoming a discarnate soul. Years passed, yet he eventually realized that there was one thing that seemed forever fixed in his memories, and it was the scene from that night. He still wanted to know about that saying his master had mentioned. It was because, back then, there had been no time for him to explain to his master that before coming to study at the medicine shop, he had heard that saying in a dream. He wasn't sure why, and now he had come back to find out. It seemed that the saying his master had mentioned was very important. My spirit has mostly dissipated, and this discarnate soul won't last for much longer. I'm quite convinced that if I don't get an answer before I'm gone, then I'll be gone for good. He found himself looking at the school. There was a single teacher and 7 young students. Evening had fallen, and the students were bowing farewell to the teacher. The teacher smoothed out his robes and prepared to leave, but before he could, one of the students returned and stood in the doorway. The teacher stopped in place and looked over at him. The student bowed. "Teacher, I have a question, and I don't have time to find the answer myself. Since you happen to be here, sir, I was hoping you could clear things up for me." The teacher took a moment before answering. "Go ahead." The student looked up with pitch-black eyes and said, "Teacher, do you know what reincarnation is?" The teacher frowned slightly. "An extraordinary person like you is asking ordinary old me about reincarnation. Really?" The student shook his head, and the darkness in his eyes faded a bit. He looked confused. "I used to think that reincarnation is about recurring lives. When one life ends, another begins. But then I started getting the sense that reincarnation isn't about that. Is it possible that I've met people who are actually reincarnations of myself? It's all very confusing. Teacher, I really hope you can help me understand. I guess any explanation would help." The teacher closed his eyes and said nothing for a very long time. In fact, about an hour passed. Evening had turned into night, and the darkness in the student's eyes was mostly gone. At that point, the teacher opened his eyes. "I don't really know what reincarnation is," the teacher said. "But if I had to, I would describe it in 2 ways. It's like a boat crossing a deep ocean, or the process of searching for radiance and light in the midst of darkness and gloom. It's something you do that comes with a price. In other words, going through repeated reincarnations is like slowly erasing yourself. Now, as far as the situation you just mentioned, that of encountering people who are actually reincarnations of yourself, well, it seems to me that it might be your own way of trying to save yourself. Give up on being erased slowly but surely, and choose instead to live one blazing life. Maybe that's how to find the radiance and light. But if you don't find that radiance and light, then in the end, your spirit crumbles into ashes." The student stood there blankly for a long moment, but then his eyes glittered with understanding. He thought back to his past, and all of a sudden, he heard his master's words in the moment before they parted. Bowing his head, he quietly said, "Many thanks, I understand now. So it turns out my purpose is to tie the timescape to reincarnation. I need to deliver that saying to you, sir. The world is a tavern for living beings. Please, sir, you need to say the next part. This is our last chance. Thankfully, you still have plenty of life left to live." After the words left his mouth, the darkness in the student's eyes disappeared. The discarnate soul was gone. The student woke up looking confused. Then he saw his teacher in front of him and he started to get nervous. Quickly bowing, he turned and ran off. The teacher stood there, looking somewhat dazed. It was as if scenes from his past reincarnations were suddenly being unsealed within him. What had the Prime Minister of the Great Tranquility Dynasty forgotten just before he died? Philanthropist Xu had died full of regrets. What he regretted wasn't how his life turned out, but rather that he had failed to recall that forgotten memory. That regret turned into pain, a pain that remained in the head of the bandit Xu Shan. That pain cleared right before Xu Shan died, because he had remembered the saying. Sadly, he didn't have time to think about it. All he could do was pass it to the doctor. The doctor searched for his entire life, but sadly, some power was interfering with him. As a result, he only recalled the saying right before he died. Thankfully, he had made preparations. That young man became the thread linking timescape and reincarnation. The person who tended the land was willing to turn himself into the nutrients necessary to buy time for his future self. Then the young man came. Before dying, the young man understood everything. He accomplished his mission. He delivered the saying. He gave them to the teacher. The teacher was 37 years old that year. He still had plenty of life left to live. Time slipped by. 30 years went by in a flash. The teacher was old. He still lived in the walled city, but he already had one foot in the grave. His students had long since gone their separate ways. Death neared, but no one came to visit him. The teacher didn't care. As he lay on his wooden cot looking out the window at the evening sky, he recalled many things. Government official, businessman, ruffian, doctor, commoner, cultivator. Different reincarnations and different experiences. Different lives, I guess. The world is a tavern for living beings, and the timescape is an old guest. Here I am in the timescape, still nothing but a guest, but my eyes aren't closed any longer. A stream of violet light emerged from the teacher's chest. It spread out to cover him. It filled the world. His scattered spirit blossomed. The teacher closed his eyes. Xu Qing woke up. The cycle of reincarnation did not end. However, he was no longer a boat drifting aimlessly across a deep ocean. He had his hand on the rudder. He had become a ferry pilot. He was now heading in the direction of order. Time was his oar as he proceeded forward through the timescape. 2. He proceeded forward to the origin of the scroll painting. 1. The clay pot is obviously a medicinal decocting pot. To decoct is to extract the essence from something by boiling it. A lot of traditional Chinese medicines are made this way, and the traditional decocting pots are often designed to be able to both boil the medicine and then pour it out. Some other kinds of traditional pots don't have a pouring spout, though. Here are a few pics of what they look like. 2. Way back in Chapter 2, I mentioned that the word in the title of the novel was a poetic word that generally means time, but that I was rendering it timescape for specific, unmentioned reasons. Well, there were a handful of reasons. They included information from the author, my experience translating this author's work, educated guesses, hints in the chapters that had been written at the time, a hunch. Well, here we are over 1,000 chapters later, and lo and behold, there is a passage in which the common word for time is used in the exact same sentence as the term I'm rendering, timescape, and they are obviously referring to different things. Granted, this chapter had not been written when I made timescape my translation choice. But among the reasons for not using time as the translation choice was that I was convinced that there would come a chapter just like this, in which both terms are used in the same sentence to refer to different things. If you rendered the term in the title as simply time, then the above passage would read, time was his oar as he proceeded forward through time. Of course, we still do not have a fleshed-out definition or description of what the timescape is. What's more, they are seemingly being used as synonyms, near synonyms, or at least similar. The author loves to do this, in other words, take two synonymous or near synonymous Chinese characters or words and use them together contrastingly. Anyway, couldn't resist pointing out that my instincts were right, and the word in the title of the novel, which I am rendering, timescape, is indeed something unique and different from the common word for time. This will happen more in later chapters. And now, it's time for me to stop talking about this. Chapter 11:30. 8 Extreme Taos Connected to Life. Within the void, the fleshly body was the ship, with the soul on board. The ship sailed onward. It was a very, very long journey. Memories of the past were there, including those of a government official, a businessman, a ruffian, a doctor, a commoner, and a young man's. It seemed very ordinary. This was how things worked. This was reincarnation. This was life. But it would only seem ordinary to someone caught up in it, because they wouldn't be able to see deeply into what was really happening. If one could step back and look at things more objectively, they would see the 5 elements. Xu Jinfa had been the prime minister, which meant he was nothing more than a government official. But for his entire life, he had used astonishing methods to promote the interests of the royal dynasty and commanded countless troops. His honor was like metal, his power was like metal, his military strength was like metal, and his destiny was like metal. His life represented metal, 1. Then there was Su Hong, who dreamed of becoming extremely rich. He was kind and charitable on top of being wealthy, and he even traveled the world. But in the end, fate is a fickle thing, and his money disappeared. His wealth was like water. Water flows between 2 extremes, floods and droughts. And there is also the saying, the ideal is to be like water. And thus, his destiny was like water. His life represented water, 2. The ruffian Su Shan had the character for mountain in his name, but that did not relate to earth. Instead, it hearkened to forests. His fate was like duckweed, his youth was like rotten timber, his mature days were like brigands in the greenwood. He ended up hiding out in the forests in the mountain, with a destiny like decaying wood. He was foolish and full of rage, always allowing the world around him to affect his emotions. He would rather die on his feet than die in disgrace. His life represented wood. The Dr. Su Yu practiced medicine for the public good. He was benevolent, using heaven and earth as the cauldron to refine all medicinal herbs. He used his body as the fire and his life force as the fire. It was like the inner fire of the vermilion bird, which safeguarded the brilliance of life. When the wind and the fire left his life, his heart was destroyed, and the fire and wind only returned upon his death. His life represented fire, 3. The commoner Su Kun lived an ordinary life. He was honest and quiet, living a rustic fashion, the sun beating down on his back. Yet he never felt that heat, and even wished that all days could be long like those in summer. His head touched the sky, his feet were planted on the ground, and as he lived his life, he accumulated the essence of earth. His life represented earth, 4. The young man and the discarnate soul of the cultivator were actually the same person. He was responsible for passing on a message, like a thread connecting everything. Thus, the fire of the doctor and the earth of the commoner encountered the true ego. He stepped over the timescape. That was his fortune, 5. Now I only lack space, Xu Qing murmured, and the reason is that this path is incomplete. With reincarnations behind him and the source of reincarnation ahead, he simply proceeded and observed. He did not lose himself in it. He was like a guest watching lives come and go. It was a formless path. He saw men and women. He saw old people and youths. He saw temples. He saw the Jianghu. All sorts of scenes passed before his eyes. It was impossible to say how long it went on. He couldn't remember how much time had passed. He walked on and on down the path, observing, until at a certain point he stopped walking. His gaze hardened as he looked at a reincarnated version of himself that was an actor, 6. Actors will play many roles throughout their lives. The day before, bells chimed and drums gonged. The actors took to the stage with their faces painted, their sleeves flicking. Today, banners snapped in the wind as the heroes and villains of the show were revealed. One face could be a man or a woman depending on the makeup, and could portray the outcomes of many lives. There is freedom in playing a role, and one can die with no regrets. It was the same as that play we call life. From ancient times to modern, the countless stories of many mortals are told in play and song. Who could determine the truth of the person who existed beneath the painted mask? And after enough time passed, was it even possible to distinguish the truth from the fantasy? After songs were finished, and the actors wiped the makeup off their faces, they would walk out with a heavy heart. They would think of the emotions they had brought to the past lives and future lives, drifting like a dream on water, silently passing by with hardly a trace. In the end, sighs would echo out from the audience. There are many roles to play, so don't think him to be in despair. It's hard to see clearly. Songs of joy and sorrow could make the listeners gaze at each other in a daze, as if time is sliding past in a blur. Memories ripple, dreams come, and in the end, it just turned out to be millennia of plum blossoms floating in an illusion. That was a play from beginning to end. That was life from birth to death. That was a dream from the moment of sleep to the moment of awakening. Xu Qing woke up. Within the void, he murmured, "This is no play. This is life within time. People live and die. Plays have beginnings and endings. But the difference with life and death is that it's different from waking out of a dream. There are endless possibilities, and it's impossible to investigate them all. In that case, what happens if you surpass reincarnation? What happens if you walk out on life? When the dream concludes and I reach the end of the painting, what will be waiting for me?" He already had the answer. That was because he had traveled through reincarnation until he reached the very end of the painting, which was also the origin of the painting. It was the ultimate foundation of the scroll of reincarnation. It was simply an image. Li Mengtu had only opened the scroll painting by a crack, but as of now, Xu Qing had seen the entire image. It was a crystal, submerged in primal chaos. There in the endless void, it shone with matchlessly dazzling light, and it had been broken up into 10 irregularly shaped parts, 7. The parts scattered, and eventually they appeared in deep earth. This was an image of deep earth, and it was the very same broken stone that the celestial ancestor had been gazing at, back when Xu Qing originally gained enlightenment of the 8 extreme Taos. It was a heaven-rending, earth-crushing scene, and it was now clearer than before. 8. I never would have guessed that this scroll contains this image. It's a violet-colored crystal. It looked exactly the same as his own violet crystal. Xu Qing sank into his thoughts. He now realized how to leave this place. He had passed through the reincarnations of this scroll and reached the very end. All he had to do was take another step, and he would be gone from the scroll. But his gaze was fixed upon the 10 pieces of the crystal. Some time passed, and then his eyes shone brightly. Being sealed in this scroll can mean death, but it can also mean good fortune. I'm walking the path of the immortal because of that crystal broken into 10 pieces. And this time, I could see it much more clearly than before. I can see the correct Tao for myself. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xu Qing didn't hesitate for a moment. He sat down cross-legged and sent out his divine will and even his soul. Like a shooting star, they approached the shattered crystal. In the blink of an eye, the cycle of reincarnation started again. This time, it was not the reincarnation of a person. He was an asteroid falling from the sky. And he landed on a planet called Heaven Fate. He had no idea where he came from. As time passed, his mind began to work, and he vaguely recalled past lives. Unfortunately, the details weren't clear. All he could remember was a desert. He spent most of his time looking at the planet. He saw countless living beings there, living out their destinies. And whenever he pondered his past, he recalled the story of the desert. It's too bad I can't remember much. No matter how hard I try, all I can do is think about the sand and that river. Who are they? I'm confused. As I sit here in the timescape thinking, the people of planet Heaven Fate seem to notice me occasionally. Sometimes they think I'm nothing special. Sometimes they believe me to be inauspicious. Occasionally, there are times when they think I'm a holy object, and they come to worship me. Time slips by, bit by bit. I don't care about all of that. I thought my whole life would be like this. Eventually, a cultivator from beyond planet Heaven Fate comes here and finds me. He seems really happy. He takes me away from planet Heaven Fate to a continent called Heavenfire. It's a massive place with seemingly no end. I'll never forget that the continent has a huge volcano. The volcano takes up 90% of the Heavenfire continent. He takes me there and throws me into the mouth of the volcano, where I fall into the lava. He uses the intense heat to refine me. Eventually, I become a lump of iron. The cultivator who brought me here uses the power of the volcano to forge me into a very sharp sword. He takes me to a place called the Primeval Forest, where he uses me to chop down the oldest tree in existence. It's revenge. The cultivator is hurt. He takes me away and many years later perishes. As the years pass, I run into other sword wielders. Without exception, all of them perish unexpectedly. Yet again, people call me inauspicious. The last person to wield me takes me to a black river full of death. He wipes out my spirit and throws me in. I sink down into the river. My spirit dissipates. I become part of the mud of the river. But my aura has a nourishing effect on the river, changing it, making it more majestic and turbulent. Before dying, I hear someone speaking to me. In this way, fire restrains metal, and metal gives birth to water. I didn't used to be called Guiding Trimonth. My name came because I saw something within time. It was a drop of rain falling in the 3rd month of the Yiding year of the ancient Gu calendar. The raindrop was confused, but eventually someone called it Guiding Tri-Rain. Eventually, the raindrop grew intelligent and became a lake. Many years passed, and it turned into the North Sea. I saw all of that and thought it was great. So before it was born, I used the name, 9. After you're born, I'll give it back to you. My life has also been dramatic. I once devoured a sword that had been used for endless slaughter. The baleful aura of that sword nourished me greatly. As I flowed through the starry sky, it helped me eradicate a gigantic volcano. Many times, that's how fate works. It's because of karma. One day, a group of almighty experts came. They were riding a very special boat that entered my life force. 10. That boat is connected to me by destiny. I cannot bear to destroy it. Seeing that its discarnate spirit is about to depart, I nourish it, giving it a chance to recover. Unfortunately, I have no idea what those almighty experts are planning to do. They send the boat into the volcano I had destroyed, in the hopes that it would cause the volcano to recover. The volcano erupts, but it can't bury me. That said, the ash from the volcano is a tribulation that turns me into water vapor. Eventually, I became a rain that nourishes all living beings. I can just barely hear a voice speaking. In this way, earth restrains water, and water gives birth to wood. I am born in a desert. A great rainstorm hits, which bestows me with life force and intelligence. The moment that intelligence appears, I understand what loneliness is. So I change karma. It weakens me, but I get my freedom. And thus, many more like me come into being around me. Gradually, the river disappears and an endless forest takes over. The place eventually gains a name, the primeval forest. My people grow strong, make contact with the outside world, gain enlightenment of heaven and earth, and learn how to practice cultivation. I grow weaker, spending most of my time in slumber. Sometimes in my sleep, I glimpse ancient times. I watch as the people live their lives, being happy and sad, showing gratitude and getting revenge. I see kingdoms rise and fall. I see one species after another falling into destruction at the hands of my people. Eventually, a cultivator from a vanquished species takes hold of a special sword and seeks revenge. He slaughters my people. He stands in front of me. The moment I see the sword, I know that another tribulation is coming to me. I chose to go along with it. I perish by the sword. In the tens of thousands of years in which my spirit is gone, my corpse is used to make a boat. I want to refuse, but they tell me I'm the only one that could be the special material for the boat. It was the only way to travel along a river called Guiding Trimonth. By traveling along that river, it could absorb the power of the river as a blessing, and that would give me the chance to wake up. I believe it, but what actually happens is that they use my dilapidated body to ignite a dead volcano. Around that time, I heard someone say something. In this way, metal restrains wood, and wood gives birth to fire. I'm born in the starry sky. I ignite a black hole which becomes my body. I turn into a volcano. People call me Heaven Fire. Fire is my life force and also my personality. I howl constantly. One day someone comes and throws an asteroid into me. I refine the asteroid into metal, which is forged into a sword. I used to think that life was wonderful, and that, like the fire that makes my body, it will last forever. But then a river comes out of the starry sky, black and full of death. It covers over me and extinguishes me. That is my tribulation. No matter how I howl and fight back, it does no good. Many years later, a boat comes and ignites me. I wake up. After countless years of silence in the timescape, I erupt, sending ash to fill the sky. My fury covers everything. As my fury rages, I hear someone speaking from some unknown location. In this way, water restrains fire, and fire gives birth to earth. I am the ash spewed out by a volcano. I settle down and become the earth. The moment I'm born, a vast river comes to exist. That is my greatest and proudest achievement. Within the silt of the river is an iron sword. I look at the sword as the timescape passes by. My life is boring and dull. Time passes and gradually I fall asleep. After a while I wake up and realize I've become a desert. Rain falls, nourishing the plants, which slowly suck away my life force. In the boundless time that has passed, I provide nourishment to the sword. It gradually turns into a rock. In the end, all of my life force is sucked away. Right before I die, I send my last bit of power into the rock, sending it out into the starry sky as an asteroid. It becomes a shooting star that goes away to parts unknown. But I'm pleased, because it carries me into reincarnation, allowing me to be restored. I don't think my next life will be so boring. I close my eyes. As my consciousness blurs, I hear someone speaking. In this way, wood restrains earth, and earth gives birth to metal. 1. The Jin character in Su Jinfa's name means gold or metal. It's the same character as the metal from the 5 elements. Also, when it talks about him commanding countless troops, it uses an idiom which also has that same character in it. 2. The saying, the ideal is to be like water, is from the Tao Te Ching. 3. Su Yu. Su is the same surname as Xu Qing. Yu means brilliant, glorious. And incidentally, this Chinese character has the fire radical in it, which means that one of the main components of the character is fire. 4. Su Kun. Su is the same surname as Xu Qing. Kun is one of the 8 trigrams, specifically the one that represents Earth. The character also has the Earth radical in it, which means that it contains the character for Earth. 5. The word I'm rendering as fortune is yet another word that basically means fate, luck, destiny. It's a common word, but interestingly, it contains the character for time in it. 6. The Chinese word for actor here could be applied to modern-day entertainers, but in the context, as is made obvious by subsequent description in the text, it's referring to the actors who play in traditional Chinese operas. If you're interested in that topic, here's the Wikipedia article. 7. Primal chaos has been mentioned a few times in this translation so far, but it occurred to me that I've never explained what it is. Since it's relevant in this passage, here is the dictionary definition of this term. Chaos, according to folklore, the primeval state of the universe, the original state of the universe in Chinese mythology. 8. The scene with the celestial ancestor was in chapter 1079. 9. Guiding Trirane is an important character in I Shall Seal the Heavens. She originally appeared by name in chapter 89. The explanation of her name is the same as the explanation in chapter 95 of that novel. The North Sea was first mentioned in chapter 44 of that novel. 10. There were lots of comments in this chapter about this boat. A large number of Chinese readers think that it's the boat of Old Man Extermination, who is a recurring character in the works of Gen. I also saw some comments speculating that the group of almighty experts are the MCs of Gen's other novels. I was thinking the same thing. However, those comments were not highly upvoted, leading me to the conclusion that this theory was not widely supported by a lot of readers. Besides, there's a lot more to come after this paragraph and subsequent chapters that will give further evidence clues about what's going on. Chapter 11:31. The true ego emerges, creating spacetime. These are the 8 extremes. Xu Qing opened his eyes. The moment his soul emerged from the broken crystal in the image, his mind and heart filled with understanding. Thinking back to when he had gained enlightenment of the 8 extreme Taos, he remembered the white-haired cultivator he had seen in spacetime. That cultivator's 8 extreme Taos were different from his own, but the 5 elements were the same and had been used to create dharmic likenesses of himself. 1. As of now, Xu Qing had gained reincarnated lives to make 5 elements bodies, and the 5 elements bodies had become likenesses of natural law. In that manner, the 5 extremes of the 5 elements reached the highest level of completion. As such thoughts swirled in Xu Qing's mind, 5 dharmic likenesses appeared around him. The first clone was an old man wearing a government uniform. He held an iron sword in his hand, and his expression was dignified and awe-inspiring. Honor, power, military strength, such things gathered, becoming the life force of metal, and that metal became a dharmic likeness. It was none other than Prime Minister Su Jinfa. Next came the second clone, the businessman Su Hong. He wore expensive clothing and had a kind face. Surrounding him was a black river that swept in all directions, pulsing with astonishing power. The life force of water became the dharmic likeness of water. Next came the third clone, who was the bandit Su Shan. He was clearly of the Jianghu, with a wide grin, standing atop an enormous tree in a forest. He had one hand pressed against his head, ferocious eyes, and a wild expression. A strong life force of wood sent ripples into the void as the dharmic likeness of wood appeared. Finally were the fourth and fifth clones. The fourth was the Dr. Su Yu, who held a volcano in his hand. It sent out raging fire that could destroy the world, which covered him in the life force of fire. The fire became a dharmic likeness of fire. The fifth clone was the commoner Su Kun. He had a body that seemed like it was made of countless grains of sand and dust. It was very heavy, and the moment it appeared, the void trembled. The life force of earth was the foundation, and thus the dharmic likeness of earth appeared. 5 likenesses from the 8 extreme Taos appeared. Their auras surged, sending out immense pressure that was equal to that of Xu Qing's true form. Xu Qing turned to look at them. The 5 likenesses looked back. More enlightenment flooded into him. The principles of mutual augmentation and suppression of the 5 elements form the cycle of reincarnation. Can reincarnation be the 8th extreme? After a moment of thought, he shook his head. Reincarnation is a mysterious thing, but there's another Tao to pick. Something that contains reincarnation but also surpasses reincarnation. And that is what I originally selected for my 8th extreme. Xu Qing's eyes shone with determination as he cast aside the idea of using reincarnation as one of the Taos. His eyes fell on the 6th and 7th of the 10 pieces of the broken crystal. They were space and time. His soul moved, heading directly toward the fragments that represented space and time. It entered, and then reincarnation formed. Living beings were born, karma descended, the timescape shifted. I'm looking, I just don't know what I'm looking for. It seems like this is my mission because I'm not complete. Maybe I exist, maybe I don't. I exist because I exist everywhere within the starry sky, the world, the living beings, and all the people. Living things are constantly moving and changing. There is order. That proves I exist. And my will is what causes the people to have perception. I am like a river flowing into the unknown, flowing in between many things and events. Flowing through the past of the living people, through their present, and through their future. I even affect the stars and the universe. Whether in the dark of night or the light of day, whether in reincarnation or karma, whether in natural laws or magical laws, I am there. If I am silent, everything is still. If I rise up, the epochs fluctuate. But at the same time, I don't exist. And that is because I can be felt but not truly seen. In fact, in many cases, I only exist in the mind. I am believed to be a beginning, an unknown start. It is said that before then, there was nothing. Therefore, it is believed that nothing before me had any meaning. After living things came into existence, there was me, and that gave meaning to me. Yet others believe that I don't actually exist within the natural laws of the universe, that I'm simply a concept formed in the minds of the people, something that they use to describe things moving quickly or slowly. Even more people think that I'm an illusion created by the people. Therefore, there are always people trying to decide if I really exist or not. They try to sense me, to explore me, to contact me. But I actually don't care what people believe. I don't care if I exist or not, Because what they want, without exception, is to control me. As a result, I have many names. Some people call me time. Some people call me hour. Some people call me minute, and there are many, many more. But those are all names made up by them, not me, too. But I don't care. I've been searching for something that I'm not sure exists. I used to think that during this boring, fruitless search, I wouldn't encounter anything noteworthy. But I run into some people, some very special people. They are very strong, so strong that they can see me, so strong that we become friends. There is one who would chat with me sometimes and asks me if he picked a good-looking flower. 3. There is one who sits in a boat in front of me, sighing softly. 4. There is one who asks me what predestination is. 5. There is one who wants to give me a promissory note. 6. But the one who accompanies me most often is a person who likes to wear black clothes. I frequently sense him in front of me, staring into nothing. He, like me, watches all the living beings and observes the unbounded nature of everything. At one point, he reaches out to affect everything, returning it all to the past to restart everything. Then again and again after that. Countless restarts. I didn't really understand. But then he tells me that he is bringing his wife back to life. I wish him well. 7. Eventually, they all disappear. I'm left alone, flowing onward, without end. Searching, always searching. Eventually, I see a butterfly. The butterfly says that its name is Harmonious Morris alba. 8. Actually, the butterfly had appeared before in the past, but I never paid attention. This time, the butterfly flies right up to me. It tells me about something called the cosmos, which is constantly searching for the timescape. 9. The cosmos and I have encountered each other many times. We have come face to face many times. We have failed to meet countless times. In the end, the cosmos understands that the two of us are one. 10. When I exist, it exists. When I am exterminated, it is exterminated. And yet, the two of us are like ink and water that can never truly meet. Neither can find the other. Only the butterfly can see it and see me. And thus, only the butterfly can be the fate that governs our encounters. The butterfly asks me to step onto its back because the cosmos is also on it. I do. And then I finally see the cosmos. The cosmos sees me. And then the timescape swells, living beings spread. The butterfly comes, the cosmos appears. At that moment, the connection between space and time is complete. It forms space-time. It is. The cosmos stands, the timescape rises, the true ego emerges, creating space-time. 11. Xu Qing's mind awoke. The 8th extreme had appeared within him. Deafening rumbling echoed from inside. After a long time passed, Xu Qing opened his eyes. The moment he did, everything within his field of view rippled and distorted. Nothing was clear. But when he focused his mind on looking, things became clear. Within his thoughts, he could see the past, present, and future of all beings. He could see their inner nature. It was all clear and there to see, from life to death, from beginning to end. Astonishingly, every living being in reincarnation had countless versions, which were the overlapping images of time and space. They all became transparent. Nothing could obstruct the view of them. He could see their inner nature, their bones, their souls, and their reincarnation. It was even possible to see everything in their bags of holding. It was like omniscience. He could even control the thoughts of the living beings, ensuring that they would make choices that conformed to his wishes. He could also see the space-time formed by the countless choices being made. It was similar to fate. It felt like looking down at a sketchbook that he could modify at will. And he also got the sense that his will could be sent to anywhere and everywhere. It didn't matter if it was the past or the future. Any time, any space, his will could pierce through all of space-time. Omnipotence. As that sensation struck him, he looked up, his mind spinning. Everything was clear now. He saw the fire outside of the scroll painting. He saw the pill cauldron. He saw the minor world and the city outside of the minor world. He saw the 5th star ring that contained it. He saw all living beings. He saw all the people. He could tamper with it all. Simultaneously, as the red aurora in the sky roiled, Xu Qing saw 12 figures. All of them appeared at the same time in the aurora, and they were looking at him. High above them, Xu Qing saw 11 majestic immortal palaces, within which were figures of radiant light. Further above that was the most paramount entity in the 5th star ring, seated cross-legged. Next he heard a voice. Canon is the root of the immortal and foundation of killing gods. If you wish to grasp canon, you must first defend canon. A tremor passed through Xu Qing. He felt power so terrifying it was difficult to put into words, sweeping toward him, from all directions, from the void, and from all of the 36 higher star rings. It reached him. Instantly, Xu Qing truly understood. He knew why the supposedly omnipotent immortals actually were not omnipotent in the higher star rings. It was because those who wielded canon first had to defend canon. Clearly, this type of thing normally would not have happened so soon to him. The reason was that his 8th extreme had caused canon to be born in the moment it came to exist. It was his own canon, the canon of space-time. Xu Qing understood instantly. As he retracted his vision, the 8th extreme that had formed within him surged with mountain-toppling, sea-draining force. Rumbling sounds echoed out constantly within Xu Qing as an 8th world formed. It was a world of space-time. In the Tao Immortal sect in the west, in the vast fields, something happened to the 2 poisonous plants in front of Poison Monarch. The one that had been wilted and drooping suddenly grew strong. It rose from death into life, reaching the most extreme level of life force possible. And then, right in front of Poison Monarch, it just vanished. The other plant was now withered. A bright light gleamed in Poison Monarch's eyes, and he was breathing heavily. You are the karma I've been waiting for. 1. The scene with the 8 extreme Daos was in chapter 1079. The white-haired cultivator is Wang Lin from Renegade Immortal. 2. To be specific, the hour and minute here are actually the traditional ancient Chinese timekeeping words used during the night watch. They are Zheng and Dian. If you want to dig into the historical usage of those words, here's a link to the Wikipedia article about it. I'm using hour-minute as translation choices because it makes more sense in English, and the specific time periods involved in the Zheng/Dian system are not important in the context of the story. Plus, given how many people don't read the footnotes, I prefer to keep the main text as easy to understand as possible. 3. Chinese commenter consensus says that this is Bai Xiaochun, of course. Readers of A Will Eternal will know why. 4. Chinese commenter consensus says that this is Old Man Extermination. Because of the boat, obviously. 5. This is clearly Su Ming from Pursuit of the Truth. It's obvious because Su Ming's name literally means predestination. So his name is basically outright stated here. 6. There is only one Gen character known for giving out promissory notes. Do I really need to say who? Read his story here. 7. This is obviously Wang Lin from Renegade Immortal. 8. Harmonious Morris Alba is a butterfly from Pursuit of the Truth. The translation choice comes from one of the characters being the character for Mulberry Tree, while the other being a character related to mutuality, or, I guess, harmony. It's a bizarre translation from what I can tell, but maybe there are reasons for the translation choice that I'm unaware of. I honestly have no idea how I would translate it, but definitely not in this way. In any case, just as with everything else from the other novels, I'm trying to maintain continuity with the existing translation choices. 9. The Chinese term I'm rendering as cosmos basically just refers to everything, in other words, the universe. If you look it up in dictionaries or MTL, it will be rendered as something like the Earth, the whole Earth, the universe. I'm using cosmos with a K to distinguish it from cosmos with a C, since I use cosmos for another set of characters that's not related to these. This term is very unique. It does not connect to any of the author's other works, and in fact, has never been mentioned in any of them. 10. Another point to clarify is that the cosmos is obviously being treated like a person here. However, the author uses the non-gender-specific it pronoun for it, which seems to indicate it's somewhat impersonal and not truly a person. That said, it's conceivable that the cosmos should really be cosmos, as if cosmos is a name for a person. My instincts and Madame Deathblade's instincts are that it's not a person. However, if it later comes to light that the cosmos can speak and think and is basically an actual person, I might come back to this part to capitalize cosmos. I could ask the author about this, but I'm something like 70% confident in my choice, and I don't want to bug him unless something is really, really impossible for me to make an educated guess. 11. The wordplay here is slightly cooler in Chinese because the word for time has 2 characters and the word for space has 2 characters. If you take one character from each, then put them together, it makes space-time. Chapter 11:32. What is canon? Xu Qing looked out beyond the scroll painting. He looked in the direction of the Dao Immortal sect. His fleshly body had not reacted at all because of what happened there, but it was different when it came to his mind. There was a vague sensation that surpassed the level of the fleshly body and existed in his thoughts. Someone wants to take my Dao. He considered the situation briefly, then cleared his thoughts. Right now, the most important thing for him was to stabilize his 8th extreme. The 8th extreme had appeared exactly as he had planned it to. But the birth of canon was definitely beyond what he had expected. It would forever change how he fought. After the first 7 extremes, this extreme would push him to an entirely different level. The first 5 extremes were the foundation. Time and space were like fuel, and when they ignited, it led to the creation of his 8th extreme. It contained reincarnation, karma, and everything else to create the Tao of space-time. Its arrival caused a realization to hit him. It's a type of upgrade. It has nothing to do with the fleshly body, but rather an upgrade to thinking and the soul. He closed his eyes to sense the 8th extreme within him. This is a space-time state that I can enter at will. Once I do, my fleshly body is external, while my thoughts surpass everything else, reaching a level of omniscience. While in that state, I can look at all living beings in the same way I can look at and modify a sketchbook. I can influence. I can fiddle. I can control. As he thought such things, the 8 extremes within him spread, and the feeling of space-time appeared again. He looked around and felt everything more deeply. Fighting in this state will surpass anything I could have imagined before. No one can keep any secrets from me. Magical technique, physical factors, even thoughts, fate, reincarnation. The past and the future will even be transparent to me. Before my enemy can even detect what is going on, I can influence his choices. Right and wrong, life and death, all can be determined by my will. I could alter the magical techniques of an enemy, regardless of their origin or substructure, all with my will. I can go to any time and any place. In fact, I could go to the point where an enemy is born and kill them then. So this is the power of canon, huh? If it was in the lower worlds, this might not be on the level of the immortals, but it wouldn't be very far from it. But here in the 36 higher star rings, where something greater exists, canon, it forms a limitation. Canon. When his own canon appeared, and the voice spoke from the void, a sudden, pre-existing understanding of canon came to him. Part of it came from himself, and part of it came from the message delivered by that voice. Canon surpassed natural and magical laws. It was the unknown and supreme power of the gods in the 36 higher star rings. The 36 higher star rings belonged to the gods, and the gods could easily use that unknown and supreme power. It started out as godly authority, but after rising to the level of true God, it became godhood. 1. They were born with the ability to acquire it. That was why gods were so powerful. After all, they were native to the 36 higher star rings. Cultivators were outsiders and didn't inherently qualify to acquire it. The qualifications were broken up into various processes. First came essence, then Tao affinity. Next, by means of the process of forming an immortal embryo, they could absorb the nutrients of the star ring and give birth to something similar to godly authority, which were the Tao lineaments of cultivator authority. That was the way to tread that path. However, though Tao lineaments of authority were similar to gods and spirits, fundamentally speaking, they were not the same. The only option was to advance Tao lineaments of authority until they formed canon. Then a cultivator could acquire personhood that was truly equivalent to that of a god. Canon and godhood were on the same level. It was by means of that complex process that cultivators in the 36 higher star rings could, with great difficulty, qualify to be like gods. In the final analysis, canon was the most definitive way for immortals to seize the origin of power in the 36 higher star rings. Because there were so many complications in the process, it was usually only when a cultivator reached the quasi-immortal level and had an immortal embryo that canon might possibly appear within them. However, even that was an uncertain possibility and came down to destined opportunities. Normally speaking, it was only when the immortal embryo finished forming and turned into an actual immortal embryo that canon would appear. There were two other ways that could cause canon to form earlier or would allow someone to at least use it. Those were legacies and magical treasures. An example of the former was the legacy flower from the most recent round of the Trial of the Hunt. It was when a cultivator with their own types of canon would peel some off and deliver it to another. As for the latter, they were called canon treasures. However, canon treasures usually weren't complete and had low levels of canon force. Canon force was the way to measure canon. Once canon formed, it needed to be expanded to completion, whereupon it would become an origin. That process was one of the essential factors in reaching the level of immortal lord. It was also for that reason that cultivators under the level of quasi-immortal needed destined opportunities to get canon. If a cultivator with imperial sovereign battle prowess got it, then the difference between them and someone without canon would be massive. Even people with the same level of cultivation base would have battle prowess that was as different one from the other as heaven was from earth. That was why Li Mengtu was willing to engage in a Dao fight to the death with Xu Qing for that legacy. It was because having canon would place one at the absolute and ultimate peak of the imperial sovereign level. Only other cultivators who also had canon would possibly stand against such a person. Anyone who didn't have canon had a lower level of personhood and would have no chance. That was also why there were 3 laws that governed canon. 1. Canon belonged to cultivators and was a symbol of immortals. 2. A conflict of canon versus canon was a process leading to destruction. Whichever canon was destroyed first would lead to death. 3. As canon was known to be paramount, the only thing that could destroy it was canon, or that which was equivalent to canon, godhood. What was more, it didn't really matter how many types of canon someone had. The specific number was linked to their personhood. That was even the case if someone commanded multiple types of canon. Multiple types of canon could only improve one's battle prowess, but to reach higher levels, one had to push their canon toward completion. All of these thoughts were running through Xu Qing's mind. A moment later, he cleared his thoughts. It's time to leave. He looked up but did nothing else but examine the void in front of him. The void rippled, then a tempest sprang into being, spreading silently. In an instant, it engulfed the entire world of the scroll painting. Everything blurred and then disappeared. When Xu Qing appeared, there was no scroll painting in front of him. Instead, there was a pill cauldron surrounded by burning flames. The fire went out. It could do no more harm. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that the fire had a spirit, and that spirit simply couldn't comprehend what Xu Qing was. All it could do was burn pointlessly. Even the pill cauldron blurred within Xu Qing's field of view, as if it didn't even exist. Xu Qing was standing in the minor world in the Li clan, right in front of the wooden shrine hall. As he looked around, he saw countless pasts and countless futures of this world. It was the same with everything, including the wooden building and the calligraphy scroll. Of great note was that within the past of the wooden building's time, he saw a person. That person was different from this world. He only had a past, not a present or a future, and even that past was blurry, as if it were in the middle of collapsing. He was a middle-aged man clad in a green, sleeveless garment, and he was positioned in front of a table in the wooden building. He had a writing brush in his hand. He seemed lost in thought, as if he wasn't sure what to write. "I'm not really sure how to write my dying words," he said coolly, not bothering to look up from the table. Since you came here through time, fellow Taoist, can you help me out? Xu Qing was silent for a moment. He looked at this person's crumbling past and he saw deep earth. He saw revered ancient. And he saw who this person was. He sighed in his heart, too. The man in the green garment said nothing further. After a while, Xu Qing spoke. Like a pious guest, he searched for a temple that might not exist. Having said that, Xu Qing clasped hands and bowed. Then he looked away and everything disappeared. The world was back to normal. Xu Qing looked up at the sky. Up there, space-time was in flux, unlike everything else in the area. Before long, that area revealed the image of Li Mengtu of the past, coming to put the scroll painting in the pill cauldron. Xu Qing reached out, and the image turned into a stream of light that entered his hand. All of Li Mengtu's life trajectories then became clear in Xu Qing's mind. He followed one such trajectory and took a step forward. The world melted, and the void became a road. He walked away, leaving no traces behind. The entire minor world was silent. However, after Xu Qing left, there was a sigh in the space-time that had once existed there. Every generation, and in fact, every person, ends up searching for a different type of temple. Back when I left, I went my own way and walked my own path. I used to think I found what I was looking for here, but the reality is that I didn't. I now see that I was not strong enough to walk my path, but now that he's appeared, I have the feeling that he is the temple. The voice faded away. The calligraphy on the wall in the wooden building blurred and changed into something else. It was a single saying. I think I found it. The moment those words appeared, it was as if fate throughout the fifth star ring stirred. However, the effects were not widespread. They only touched on the living members of the Li clan. All of those people, including Li Mengtu, remembered the words in the calligraphy scroll in the ancestral shrine hall. But right now, those memories changed. The aurora in the dome of heaven rippled. The eyes of the 12 heavenly inspectors glittered, and intangible threads spread out from them, as if they were seeking information. Beyond them were the 11 immortal palaces. 9 were the same as always, but 2 of them glittered brightly as dazzling magical symbols formed in their vicinity. Then a boundless voice spoke from high above. This space-time is already determined and cannot be altered, but given the latent power of this canon, immortals cannot seek information from it. The 12 heavenly inspectors in the aurora bowed their heads, and the threads coming off them snapped. After some consideration, the 2 shining immortal palaces chose to give up. The calligraphy painting in the wooden building blurred again as the words went back to the way they were before. The memories of the members of the Li clan also reverted to their previous state. One godhood is a term that has not come up yet in this novel. It does have other real-life definitions, but I've previously translated this term as godhood in Xianxia. What's more, it combines one of the characters from the term I'm rendering personhood with the character for God. So it fits in neatly with the established nomenclature of the novel so far. 2. There were many commenters in Chinese whose speculations aligned exactly with my own. Quite a few people thought that this person is Lord Li from I Shall Seal the Heavens. For those of you who have read ISSDH, you might remember that Lord Li had powers related to time. What's more, he kind of just disappeared from the ISSDH universe with little explanation. This has always stuck in my mind, because A, I wondered about that whole thing, and B, RWX specifically asked Gen about Lord Li. RWX mentioned a theory about what happened to him, and Gen gave a vague response that didn't answer the question. Again, this is all speculation at this point. However, considering that we know the founder of the Li clan came from Deep Earth, it certainly seems within the realm of possibility that Lord Li from ISSDH, whose surname is the same Li, could be this person. Of course, Li is the second most common Chinese surname, so there are lots of other people throughout all of Gen's works who are surnamed Li, and even other clans that use the surname. So again, this is all speculation. For all we know, this theory could be shot down in a few chapters, or a few dozen, or a few hundred, or there could never be a clear explanation. I also know that Gen likes to leave some things unexplained to let the reader rely on their imagination to decide what's going on. Chapter 1133. Xu Qing arrives in spacetime. In the sky over the west, the aurora was like a flowing, rippling river. It was as crimson as blood, staining heaven and earth red, but at the same time making everything dazzlingly beautiful. Looking up at it, Xu Qing thought, that's also a type of cannon. Before, he had simply thought of the aurora as a unique feature of the astronomy of the fifth star ring. But now, it looked different to him. The aurora had countless magical symbols in it, and as they interacted, they formed numerous natural and magical laws, as well as essence and traces of numerous Taos. In fact, their interactions even created Tao lineaments. All of it nourished the living things and guided the path of cultivation. It's the fifth star ring's version of a heavenly Tao. Actually, it surpasses the heavenly Taos. It's materialization of canon that protects the cultivator's system of cultivation in this star ring. And I imagine that if the fifth star ring tried to expand by waging war on other star rings, it would flow to the battlefield as well. It's symbolic of the entire fifth star ring. Before, Xu Qing had been unable to perceive those details, but now he could. What was more, he could now see the 12 stars in the aurora. They were 12 majestic figures, indescribable and impossible to see clearly. Those are the 12 heavenly inspectors. Xu Qing knew that those 12 lower immortals were incarnated as stars, and that they could move about within the aurora to safeguard the areas they oversaw, and to inspect heaven and earth. In the fifth star ring, there were obviously a total of 16 immortals that had been dispatched from the immortal capital. There was one immortal each in the east, south, west, and north, plus the 12 in the aurora. Of course, that didn't mean that there were only 16 lower immortals in the fifth star ring. The ferry pilots were also immortals. Besides, there were lower immortals in other parts of the fifth star ring as well, not to mention those in the immortal capital. That was why everyone in the fifth star ring wanted to get to the capital. Time passed. Xu Qing looked away from the aurora and scanned his surroundings. He was currently strolling along very calmly. He passed some plains. Time rippled. Plants grew, then withered. It was the same with living beings. The birds and animals on the plains were struck with unusual feelings. In one moment they felt terror, next they felt blank. After Xu Qing left, everything went back to normal. He passed some mountains. The mountains blurred as if they were being erased. Then they became clear. The cracks in the rocks behaved similarly. As Xu Qing passed, time and space were thrown into chaos. The cultivators in all the sects and clans there were filled with alarm. Xu Qing was clearly moving slowly, but in their eyes, he sped by. At the same time, they couldn't see him. It didn't matter how they looked around or studied their environment, they were unable to perceive him. All they saw as a shadow obscuring the sky as it passed by. It was as if they were living in a painting, and Xu Qing was outside the painting, casting his shadow onto it. He was something that surpassed their perceptions and imaginations. When I enter my spacetime state, my personhood goes beyond what they can perceive. It's similar to how I couldn't see the inner nature of the aurora before I possessed my spacetime state and canon. Back then, I was the same as these people. I couldn't comprehend higher levels of personhood, but because of canon and my spacetime state, I do qualify to see those things. Xu Qing thought about these things as he went on his way. He passed through many areas, bringing astonishment to one location after another. However, he didn't interfere anywhere, because after leaving those places, everything went back to normal. The things that were happening stirred his thoughts and helped him get used to his current state. He had gradually come to realize that in his space-time state, his soul and his thoughts were much freer. Though he could be restrained by higher levels of canon, compared to before, he was vastly freer. At the same time, he realized that he couldn't stay in this state for very long. It wasn't that his space-time state wasn't sufficient to the task, but rather, his fleshly body had limits. In fact, he got the feeling that if he didn't have a fleshly body, he would be able to stay in this state forever. But he did have a fleshly body, and therefore, his space-time state could only last for a specific time. His fleshly body had almost become superfluous at this point. If he kept his mind and soul in the space-time state for too long, his fleshly body would deteriorate. His life force would fade away, and he would lose his connection to himself. Having come to this realization, he focused his space-time thoughts on his fleshly body. As a result, he saw the many possible futures of his fleshly body. In most of them, his fleshly body gradually ceased to become a part of him, and eventually it faded away into heaven and earth. All of the immortals I've seen have fleshly bodies, not just incorporeal wills. What's more, you need a fleshly body to become an imperial sovereign. Becoming a quasi-immortal requires an immortal embryo. That's how you achieve immortal ascension. In that case, what is this current state of mine? There must be an explanation. Maybe unleashing my 8th extreme brings me so close to transcendence, pushing my personhood so high that my fleshly body can't keep up. And that's what leads to this situation. Xu Qing continued to analyze the matter as he went along. The key to resolving this issue is to get to a higher level as soon as possible. Once I become an imperial sovereign, everything should work out. Or at the very least, things will get a bit better. To get to the imperial sovereign level, a smoldering god needs to have at least 9 worlds. And that means I need to get a 9th extreme. Xu Qing proceeded in the direction of Li Mengtu. He was in no hurry. Had he been, he could have arrived in front of Li Mengtu in a single step. Instead, he chose to travel slowly. For one thing, he wanted to acclimate to his 8th extreme and think about what to do going forward. Additionally, he could tell from Li Mengtu's Dao lineaments that he was involved in a deadly battle. It was a fight between 2 clans. The 2 sides were going all out, and some significant injuries had already been inflicted. Li Mengtu was going to be the deciding factor in victory or defeat. He was currently locked in combat with an old man who was a late imperial sovereign. The fighting was intense, but the tide of the battle could reverse at any moment, turning predator into prey. Xu Qing wasn't interested in getting involved. During the Dao fight between himself and Li Mengtu, Xu Qing had noted how upright and principled Li Mengtu was when fighting. It was different from most other fights Xu Qing had witnessed. As a result, Xu Qing treated him in like kind. Xu Qing took his time getting to the fight and arrived as it was nearing its end. Moving in a manner that the vast majority of cultivators wouldn't be able to comprehend, he arrived in the mountainous valley where the 2 clan members were fighting. He sent his soul into space-time, concealed his fleshly body, and sent his thoughts into the valley. By entering in that manner, he was not visible. No one could perceive him. The only thing someone might sense was something like a shadow. It wasn't a shadow cast on the ground. Rather, it was a shadow that covered everything, regardless of space or time. Whether someone was in the past or the future, the shadow was there. It touched life force itself. As the shadow passed, the cultivators from both clans shivered, and their hearts filled with uncontrollable terror. Up in midair, Li Mengtu's expression flickered. The old man he was fighting looked around, his eyes narrowed and his heart pounding with fear. All of a sudden, he backed up as fast as he could. Like everyone else present, he couldn't see Xu Qing. He could only sense his shadow. But at the same time, he was unlike other cultivators in that he understood a bit about canon. He was like a blind person who couldn't see color, but understood about its existence. The big difference was that color wasn't dangerous to a blind person. But this old man knew that canon could be deadly. That was why he didn't hesitate for an instant to flee. He knew that an almighty being with canon could kill him with a mere thought. All he could think to do was get as far away as possible. Meanwhile, Li Mengtu took a deep breath as he looked at the shapeless and formless shadow. He also knew what he was dealing with. He had no canon, and therefore had no way to perceive someone who did have canon. But just like the old man, he was aware of what was going on. What was more, even though the legacy in his forehead wasn't complete, making it impossible for him to use it, it also gave him a certain level of sight when it came to canon. All of the other cultivators present were only able to sense an invisible shadow, but he could see something blurry and distorted, and was even able to make out a very vague outline. It was as if this shadow was outside of the world itself, looking at him. Heart pounding, he clasped hands and bowed. "I am your humble servant, Li Mengtu. I'm not sure who you are, senior. What noble errand brings you here?" "Our Dao fight isn't over, fellow Taoist Li." Xu Qing's voice shook space-time, creating a tempest that swept through the mountains like heavenly sounds. When Li Mengtu heard the words, he was shaken to the core. His expression was first one of incredulity, and then it became something complicated. Voice hoarse, he said, "Xu Qing." At almost the same time that Li Mengtu spoke his name, Xu Qing stirred space-time. The power of space-time swirled noiselessly around Li Mengtu. Instantly, Li Mengtu's injuries from his battle with the old man vanished. He was back at his peak state. "You said before that Dao fights are not about mercy or grudges," Xu Qing said. "And my success with Canon is connected to you by karma. So, do you wish to continue where we left off?" Li Mengtu bitterly closed his eyes for a few breaths of time. When he opened them, they shone with determination and obsession. "Canon, I know it's paramount beyond everything. With the legacy incomplete, I have never been able to experience it. However, I've never been a person to fear death. The only thing I fear is falling short of my Dao. This Dao fight will end with my death, but I'm still willing to battle." Filled with determination, Li Mengtu shot toward the blurry outline that he could see, looking very much like a moth rushing to the flame. Chapter 11:34. Great Daos are like clear skis. Virtually no one could see the Dao fight occurring in the valley. The members of the Li clan who were present had their life forces covered by a shadow, so everything around them was pitch black. It was the same with time and space. They became an isolated instance of space-time, and could be no more seen than a blind person could see color. However, far in the distance, there was something watching the battle. In the fields of the Dao Immortal sect, Poison Monarch was observing an empty space right in front of him. Previously, there had been 2 poisonous plants there. One had turned into light and disappeared, while the other withered into ashes. Obviously, Poison Monarch wasn't just looking at the representation of the events playing out. His gaze penetrated space-time, allowing him to see what was happening in the valley. A meaningful smile had played out on his face. "Gaining enlightenment of my legacy was enough to connect to me via karma," he said softly. "But now you're going to kill my apprentice. In that case, the moment the legacy is complete, the karma will truly materialize. After that, I can use that karma to take away your Dao and never return it. The immortal paragon said we couldn't seek information, but the karma I will reap was sown before that." Poison Monarch's voice wasn't audible in the valley, but Li Mengtu's battle spirit was burning brightly. It became a sea of fire that engulfed the surroundings. As a result, he became like a shooting star flying out of the sky. He was a fierce beam of light that headed directly toward the shadowy outline that he could just barely see. He moved faster and faster. As the fire burned, it consumed not just his fleshly body, but also his cultivation base and life force. The only thing it left behind were his dreams. They became what drove him, his obsessions. Li Mengtu had not lived a life that could be considered one of radiance and light, but he was upright and honest, especially when it came to Dao fights. He respected the concept of the Dao. Therefore, he would not allow his own Dao heart to be tainted, nor would he bow his head. From the time he was young, he worked hard at cultivation. He strove to reach great heights. He strove to look down on everything. He strove to reach the most paramount of all things, which was canon. He wanted his clan to recognize him. He wanted his master to recognize him. He wanted the whole world to recognize him. His bloodline didn't come from a 5th star ring cultivator, but that didn't reduce his desire to search for the Dao. And he was not inferior in any way to any of the other shining stars from the 5th star ring. He was the one who ensured his clan rose to prominence. He could rise to the highest heights and enter the place that everyone yearned for constantly, the immortal capital. He knew that, as of this moment, his actions would be considered laughable to most. But he didn't care. He had never feared death. What he had feared was falling short of his Dao. The true measure of one's life wasn't its length. Therefore, he rushed right toward the flame. Even though he knew the flame would burn him, that was his choice. To fight. The struggle for this legacy was connected to his very life force. He knew that the moment Xu Qing arrived, the ending had been foreordained. Right now, it would be an honor to die for his Dao. It would honor the sweat and blood he had shed to get to this point. It would honor the obsession that had driven him for most of his life. It would honor the aspirations of his clan. And it would honor all the other people who had perished at his hands in other Dao fights. He charged forth. It was like a flower blooming in the dome of heaven. But sadly, dreams often end up as nothing more than a sigh in the heart. His magical techniques, his divine abilities, and everything else in his power were all incapable of doing anything to that shadowy figure. Xu Qing stood there, seemingly beyond the heavens, in a different aspect of space-time. No matter what attacks Li Mengtu launched, they didn't touch him. His death curse caused wild colors to flash in heaven and earth, and caused the entire area to fill with an astonishing aura of death. Demonic monsters seemed to rise up everywhere, as if a ghost city had risen from the depths of the Yellow Springs. Howls of anguish echoed everywhere. But then, it was all meaningless. None of it touched his enemy. It couldn't affect his enemy's karma. Li Mengtu was like a person in the middle of nowhere, alone, screaming at nothing. His authority of lightning made noise. The sea of lightning spread, but it was pointless. His binding revelation didn't give him the slightest information about his enemy. It was as if they existed in different worlds. He called on the immortal flood, causing the aurora to drop down. But what came down was really just a representation, an illusion. That ability would be very effective if used by someone with canon. But to someone without canon, it was as unrealistic as flowers in a mirror or the moon in the water. He tried using flowers in mirrors on Xu Qing. He tried unsealing the god in the spell formation within him, but the god's hand grasped onto nothing. In the past, it had been terrifying with its magenta skin and writhing tentacles, but it was a severed hand, and it only had godly authority, not godhood. It was no longer ferocious. The mutagen and the chanting were no longer so gruish. Only bitterness remained. Li Mengtu went all out. He burned everything, even his life force. But he couldn't do a thing to Xu Qing. He couldn't make any contact with that blurry figure. This was how the Dao worked. A person in a painting could jump up and down, get mad, and launch any number of attacks. But it wouldn't do anything to someone outside the painting. In the end, great Daos were like clear skis that could never be surpassed. He could only launch furious attacks over and over in a meaningless cycle. He wanted to break out of the painting, but he had no way to do so. In the end, all he could do was walk back to where he had started, turn to the blurry outline in the valley, and stare bitterly. Finally, Li Mengtu closed his eyes. When he opened them, the bitterness was gone. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to calm down. "I apologize," he said. "I lost my head." "It's fine," Xu Qing said calmly. From beginning to end, he had not launched a single attack. He knew that in many ways, canon was the qualification that Li Mengtu lacked. Without it, he could never leave the painting. After a moment of silence, Li Mengtu said, "The Dao fight is over. In the different levels I've climbed through in this life, I've had Dao fights with all sorts of opponents. Every time I won a victory, I would ask my opponent if they had any final desires. And I would always try to fulfill them. You don't have to do that, but I'd still like to state 2 desires." Not waiting for a response from Xu Qing, Li Mengtu just continued speaking. "The first relates to Taoist Qingyang from the Qingyang dynasty. For years, their clan has been at odds with my Li clan, and they nearly wiped us out of existence once. For quite some time now, I've been trying to find Qingyang criminals and do away with them. Sadly, Taoist Qingyang got away this time. If at all possible, I hope you can kill him." Li Mengtu sat down, took out a jug of alcohol, and drank deeply. "My second desire is to go to a certain place. It's a pocket realm. Legend has it that there should be 12 immortal lords in the 5th star ring, not the current number of 11. Supposedly, back when cultivators first took over the 5th star ring, the highest-ranking immortal lord turned traitor for unknown reasons. That immortal lord was named Aurora, and was thus referred to as Immortal Lord Aurora. Supposedly, the 5th star ring's Aurora is connected to him somehow. After he rebelled, the immortal paragon personally killed him. When his spirit fell to the ground, his cannon became the Aurora. The spot where his spirit landed came to be called the Fallen Immortal Moors, here in the Western Planetary System. The moors are full of random spirit lakes that spit out secret keys all over the West. When a total of 49 of the secret keys have been sent out, the moors open up the way to the Immortal Palace. All cultivators in the 5th star ring think of the Immortal Palace as a place of good fortune and destined opportunity. It only opens every few decades, and the next opportunity is coming soon. Each of the 49 secret keys is designed to allow 2 people to use them. I had hoped to go in to seek good fortune, but now it seems that won't be happening. I just hope that you can do so and do even better than I would have. That way, I will be of some aid in you achieving your Tao and will not have died meaninglessly. With that, Li Mengtu opened his left hand, within which was a small jade fish. He put it down in front of him. This is the secret key I got. Li Mengtu took a deep breath and looked at the blurry outline. I wish you success in achieving your Tao, fellow Taoist. His left hand then turned into a claw. Reaching up to his forehead, he dug down into the bone, piercing into his soul and life force to grab the half of the legacy flower he had acquired. He plucked it out. Upon pulling it out, his forehead had a gaping hole out of which gushed his blood and life force. Take it! He threw the legacy flower out so that it hovered in front of Xu Qing. Finally, Li Mengtu waited there cross-legged, his head bowed as he waited to die. Xu Qing looked at the legacy flower for a time, then reached up, not to take it, but to place his hand on his own forehead. He pulled softly, and the flower petals disappeared from his forehead and appeared on his palm. With the use of the space-time cannon of the 8th extreme, he peeled the legacy flower away from himself without causing any harm. Then he waved his hand, sending it toward the flower Li Mengtu had tossed up into the air. The moment they made contact with each other, they merged as one. 12 flowers formed a perfect circle, completing the legacy. He flicked the flower, and it became a beam of light that shot back to Li Mengtu and sank into his forehead. Li Mengtu shivered from head to toe, and the life force that had been vanishing instantly returned. His eyes snapped open, and he looked incredulously at Xu Qing. You. That Tao won't benefit me, Xu Qing interrupted. And it was already your karma. Since you know how significant canon is, you should just take it. As for the people you want dead, kill them yourself. Xu Qing then turned and left. Li Mengtu sat there in the valley, watching Xu Qing depart. Suddenly, he reached up to his chest, pushed his hand down, and then extracted some of his life force essence. He threw it up into the sky. Xu Qing, my life is yours to use freely. Xu Qing caught the life force essence, and without pausing for a moment, continued on his way with a wave at Li Mengtu. Li Mengtu remained behind, thinking about what had just played out. This is the grace of a great Tao, he murmured. Back in the Tao Immortal sect, Poison Monarch watched it all play out and his face turned grim. He exhaled, and all the plants around him quietly crumbled into ashes that turned into fierce wind. As the tempest raged around him, Poison Monarch closed his eyes. A short time later, the tempest died out. Poison Monarch stood there quietly, looking off into the distance, his eyes narrowed. Is this a case of generosity, or is it derision? Either way, this makes it impossible for me to take his Tao. And actually, the opposite occurred. He took what I set up and used it to achieve his own Tao. Interesting. Very interesting. Chapter 1135, Fallen Immortal Moors. The moment Xu Qing removed the mark of the legacy flower, a sensation of relaxation entered his heart and mind. It filled his entire body from head to toe. It was a case of the Tao being not so far away, and his person feeling both empty and not empty. Having taken away the karma of the legacy flower, Xu Qing's Tao was no longer connected to the outside. His actions sent a message to the person who had wanted to take his Tao. That message was, I'm not giving it. He rose into the sky and disappeared over the horizon, his black hair flowing, his green garment swaying. The total number of cannons one has can affect the battle prowess, but there are limits to that. Otherwise, Nobody would take one of their own cannons and put it into a legacy. The lower immortals who put cannons into their legacies obviously know that. What really determines their level is the completeness of their cannon, not how many they have. In other words, as far as I'm concerned, I have no need for other types of cannon. What I need is to push my cannon of space-time to the limit and make sure it's complete. Xu Qing looked up at the distant crimson aurora. The cannon of space-time has its foundation in the 5 elements. Time and space are the platform. With that foundation and platform, it can definitely be said to be profound. I can't be the only person to have gained enlightenment of space-time. Truth be told, the moment I succeeded, I understood the truth. There have been others before me who walked this path. That said, there aren't many. What's more, none of them walked it all the way to the end. Some just stopped. Some changed their Tao. Right now, this path has no source. As he traveled, he thought deeply about everything. He was getting the feeling that if he could gain even deeper enlightenment of space-time, then even if he didn't form a 9th extreme, he would still be able to use canon to push his cultivation base past the breakthrough point. He could still form his 9th world and become an imperial sovereign. But how do I gain deeper enlightenment? As he continued along through space-time, he sent his soul out to search for clues and answers. 7 days later, he came to a stop. Space-time was stirring. Some distance ahead of him was a mountain with 17 peaks, all of which had cisterns of clear water on them that resembled full moons. Next to each pond was an 8-sided pavilion, each of which had a geographical design on the floor. This place told a tale of geography, which was why these 17 pools of water were called the geotale cisterns. The cisterns were surrounded by strange and fantastic plants that exuded immortal spirit energy that built up over the years. Within that powerful energy, images of people would occasionally appear, engaged in all aspects of life. The place became known for that strange phenomenon. Throughout the years, mortals who stumbled upon this place would sink into a dream state and wake up confused. But the place was not harmful. As such, it had been maintained over the years, and cultivators often came here to search for their Tao. Xu Qing looked at the place and recalled the information from Yunmen Qianfan's bamboo scroll. The scroll also included a legend about the designs on the floors of the pavilions. Supposedly, they had been put there by an almighty being who once traversed the length and breadth of the 5th star ring. His Tao related to measurement, and the designs on the floor described the geography of the star ring. After the passage of much time, people gradually ceased to see the designs on the floors of the pavilions. All they could see was a smudgy blur that meant nothing to them. The reason was that the designs had slowly been absorbed into the water of the cisterns. However, every time when one vortex day turned into another, people could look into the water and use their inner longings and obsessions to form a clear view of their inner world. That was one reason why so many cultivators would come to this place to practice cultivation. This place could purify the heart and spirit and push them to a higher level. Xu Qing proceeded with many thoughts in his head. Upon reaching the first mountain peak, he walked to the edge of the cistern and saw the projected images of the living beings going about their lives. It was like a real world, with people growing and dying, with all of the emotions of life on display. Upon nearing, the plants that had become people all stopped moving, then turned and kowtowed to Xu Qing. The spirit energy here really is strong. Xu Qing nodded, then stepped over to look at the geographical design on the floor of the pavilion. Shortly after, he shook his head slowly. Not my Tao. Next, he went over and looked at the Tao projections in the water of the cistern. At first glance, everything was blurry. At second glance, things cleared up. The image it created was incredibly clear. Xu Qing looked quietly for a time, then shook his head. He needed no third glance. This place did have a Tao, but sadly, it wasn't the one he was looking for. Xu Qing went to the second mountain peak, and then the third. Ultimately, he went to all 17. He got nothing out of it and eventually left the place. It took the rest of the month to get to the Cloudmire Basin. It was south of the Geotale's cisterns and was surrounded by towering mountains. There were so many clouds inside that they were like smoke. The ground was a mire of silky mud that was the perfect place for plants to grow. In fact, there was a fantastic flower called a cloudmire lotus that grew there. Its petals were like clouds, and they emitted a fantastic fragrance. The information in Yunmen Qianfan's bamboo scroll claimed that the lotus could purify one's soul and make it easier to comprehend the Taoes of heaven and earth. As a result, immortal cranes guarded the area. The entire place seemed like an immortal paradise. When Xu Qing entered the Cloudmire Basin, he gently stroked the immortal cranes, and as their gentle cries filled the air, he took a petal from one of the Cloudmire lotuses. The petal floated on his palm like an illusory cloud. It was true that the flower had a purifying effect on the heart and soul, but Xu Qing's heart was already solid and did not need purifying. Though he did have obsessions, none were things that could be purified by the flower. He stayed for 3 days before leaving. He went south, going farther than a mortal could travel in 100 lifetimes. Even an imperial sovereign would need a month to get there. He was going to the fallen immortal moors. The lands there were expansive and green with vegetation. The aurora in the sky had 7 colors, almost like a rainbow. That and the stunning clouds created a dreamlike atmosphere. It immediately attracted Xu Qing's attention. Scenery like this wasn't common in the 5th star ring, as the aurora was usually red. It was only in this place that all sorts of colors lingered in it. That was why Yunmen Qianfan's bamboo scroll contained a story about the aurora. Legend had it that this place was the source of the aurora. Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the moors and the colorful rainbow. Then he considered what Li Mengtu had told him about immortal Lord Aurora. Supposedly, that immortal lord had once been the leader of all the other immortal lords, except that he rebelled and was killed by the immortal paragon. His cannon was taken and turned into the aurora, while his spirit fell in this place. That was the origin of the name of the fallen immortal moors. The moors were filled with vegetation and what appeared to be meteorites. The biggest of the meteorites were like mountains, while the smallest were as big as beans. All of them radiated bright light and pulsing energy. The aura here was very ancient. The meteorites did not come from beyond the heavens, at least according to the legends. They were left over from the days when the 5th star ring was compacted down, and they contained mysterious power. As Xu Qing looked at them, his eyes shone. Though his fleshly body was not reacting much to this place, as his thoughts spread out, he could sense something unique. There's a rancorous will here. That will stirs the spirit energy, causing it to form a sea. He continued walking, passing one meteorite after another. Some he would touch with his fingers. He would use divine will to look at others, and some he would peer at via spacetime. Those he touched were empty. Those he studied with divine will were empty. Those he looked at with spacetime were also empty. Upon realizing that, Xu Qing stopped walking. So an immortal lord perished here. This could be the Tao I need. Eyes narrowing, he continued. He walked along, seeking enlightenment from the blowing wind and the peace that surrounded him. Inside, his heart sank into an ethereal emptiness. Eventually, when he was nearing the very middle of the fallen immortal moors, he suddenly sensed friction, as if something was resisting his onward progress. Eventually, he couldn't go forward. The friction became like the tolling of a bell, echoing within space-time. The emptiness was shattered, and his thoughts awoke. Looking up, he saw that just ahead of him was an enormous stone stele, its surface covered with magical symbols. He had no idea where it came from, but he could sense its grandeur. Eventually, Xu Qing looked away from it. It's a place that doesn't exist within this space-time. He sat down cross-legged in this isolated place. He closed his eyes. He continued his search. The wind blew, the aurora flowed. A few months later, people began to arrive at the fallen immortal moors. They came from all directions, but their destination was the same, the stele in the middle of the moors. Unlike Xu Qing, the friction forced them to stop much earlier. Therefore, they stopped and sat down at different distances from the stele. When they noticed Xu Qing, their expressions flickered, and they felt fear in their hearts. One reason was because of how close Xu Qing was to the steel. The other reason was simply the feeling they got when looking at him. Among those people was one who was shaken to the core. In fact, his face seemed to drain of blood, and he immediately wished he could just turn around and leave. However, before he could put that thought into action, Xu Qing opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. "Come here." That person's heart started pounding, and he struggled to breathe steadily. At the same time, a path opened up among all the people who had gathered, and it led right to Xu Qing. The words that had left Xu Qing's mouth were like the will of heaven. They were commands. As a result, everyone backed up. All the person could do was walk down that path as far as possible and then bow respectfully. "Long time no see, Patriarch Dailing," Xu Qing said. This was the very same person he had encountered in the Desert of Time with Yunmen Qianfen, and the two of them had agreed to share one of the secret keys won. Patriarch Dailing smiled wryly. It had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other, but he had never guessed that when they met again, this person would have canon. Patriarch Dailing knew that he was in a very tenuous situation, and that his life wasn't in his own hands. Now that he thought back, there were actually hints that things could end up like this, even back in the Desert of Time. After all, someone who could control a tempest of time was obviously not going to be an ordinary person. The chosen from his clan who had been turned into a statue was still in that state just outside the desert. "If you're not pleased with me, fellow Taoist," Patriarch Dailing said calmly, "I can just give you the secret key." And as he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. Inside of it was a drop of blood. It was the blood of Patriarch Yunmen, and it contained the secret key. Placing the bottle down in front of Xu Qing, Patriarch Dailing bowed his head and waited for an answer. A moment later, Xu Qing calmly asked, "Where did this stone steel come from?" Patriarch Dailing looked up at the majestic stone steel. Not daring to try to deceive Xu Qing, he quietly said, "This is where immortal Lord Aurora's spirit fell. His immortal palace collapsed here as well. That steel is the threshold stone of the Aurora Immortal Palace." 2. 1. We saw Patriarch Dailing for the first and last time in Chapter 11:18. By way of reminder, Dailing is pronounced sort of like Di-Ling. 2. In traditional Chinese architecture, especially in places like temples or official buildings, most entry gates will have a large threshold at the bottom, usually made of stone or wood. There are a number of different words in Chinese to describe this part of the door. In any case, you generally don't step on it when entering the building. You step over it. Not only is it not respectful to step on it, but also, according to superstition, it's supposed to keep out evil spirits. I was taught this by tour guides when I first visited China, and that explanation and custom was reinforced by other people after I moved to China. That said, I also saw plenty of Chinese people in China who had no problem just stepping right on the threshold. Chapter 11:36, Enemies Meet. The spirit energy in the fallen immortal Moors was getting stronger. It rose up, affecting the sky itself, connecting even to the crimson aurora that swirled in the sky. As a result, other colors appeared. They mixed into something very vibrant. This spirit energy was obviously special, and was the reason that the aurora over these lands had 7 colors. It was dazzling and constantly changing. It was also just barely possible to sense a majestic will awakening. That process of awakening affected the stone steel that Xu Qing was currently studying, causing it to glitter with bright light. The magical symbols on its surface flowed, almost like shining water. The threshold stone. Because of having canon, Xu Qing had higher thinking ability and could study things more deeply. That helped him understand the reason for the 7-colored aurora, as well as the awakening will. Though Patriarch Dailing had only said a few words, that provided Xu Qing with a massive amount of information. Previously, he had only been aware that immortal Lord Aurora had been killed by the immortal Paragon, and that his spirit had fallen here. But now he knew that the ruins of an immortal palace were also present here. In that case, was the immortal Lord actually completely killed? Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought about what Yu Liuchen had told him back in Revered Ancient, about how true gods were undying, and that as long as true name existed, could return. The only thing was that after returning might not be the same. Regardless, their origin would be the same. 1. If true gods can do that, and immortal lords are equivalent to god lords, then shouldn't they be able to do it too? Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. Around this time, Patriarch Dailing offered some more information. Whenever the fallen immortal moors open up, there are actually 2 types of good fortune. The first comes from the Tao and enlightenment of the spirit of immortal Lord Aurora. As the highest-ranking immortal lord of his time, the enlightenment he gained is profoundly significant to cultivators like us. Some people develop canon here. Some people transform their canon into something much deeper. This type of good fortune can be very attractive even to summer immortals. And yet, for some unknown reason, summer immortals won't come here. People do say that when the moors open, there are quasi-immortals who go in to look for destined opportunities to reach the immortal level. The second type of good fortune are the immortal palace treasures. Although this place has been opened many times, the immortal palace was massive, almost endless. So whenever it's opened, a different part of it is presented. If you get lucky, you can find precious treasures from the immortal palace, and some of them even have canon. Because of that, when this place opens, cultivators will come, regardless of whether or not they have immortal capital permission medallions. Nor does it matter where they are from or how old they are. The important thing is to have a secret key. There are 49 secret keys, and thus 98 spots to get in. Patriarch Dailing stopped talking and looked cautiously at Xu Qing. Xu Qing nodded his head, then waved his hand, causing the jade bottle with the secret key to fly back to Patriarch Dailing. Patriarch Dailing caught the bottle and breathed a sigh of relief that Xu Qing didn't want to just take his key. After a moment of consideration, he quietly said, "Fellow Taoist, there's something else important you need to know about the Immortal Palace. It has 8 worlds inside, and time moves differently in one." Patriarch Dailing's gaze hardened. "That information won't do much for me, because the first and second worlds are basically legendary. Very few people have ever gone into them, and apparently the first world is guaranteed to kill you. The vast majority of cultivators choose the third world, and when you choose the third world, you don't go past it. Only people who have canon can get into the fourth world. Even though that bit of information won't do me much good, it might help you, fellow Taoist." Xu Qing could tell that Patriarch Dailing was showing some goodwill, so he nodded. Then he indicated that he should continue. Xu Qing's nod caused Patriarch Dailing to calm down a bit more. That was exactly what he had been hopping for. "I don't know about the first 2 worlds, but I know that for every day that passes outside, 50 days pass in the third world. Supposedly, for every day that passes outside, 250 pass in the fourth world. As for the 5th through 8th levels, it's not possible for imperial sovereigns to enter them. Only quasi-immortals can. And when it comes to the time that passes, if the pattern from the 3rd and 4th world applies, then for every day that passes outside, there will be 1,250 days in the 5th world, and so on. 6th world, more than 6,000. 7th world, more than 30,000. 8th world, 160,000. If all of that is true, you can also deduce that 10 days pass in the second world, while only 2 days pass in the first world." Xu Qing's eyes glittered. Hearing that time passed differently in the different levels gave Xu Qing quite a few more things to think about. So, did this immortal Lord Aurora have time powers when he was alive? If so, why was his canon connected to light? The more he learned, the more curious he was becoming about this spot where immortal Lord Aurora's spirit had fallen. Patriarch Dailing noticed the thoughtful expression on Xu Qing's face and chose not to disturb him further. Meanwhile, more cultivators were showing up. Everyone who had a secret key was obviously an extraordinary individual, and naturally, they were all powerful experts. At the very least, they had imperial sovereign cultivation bases. And they didn't just come from the west. There were people from the east, south, and north as well. Their arrival caused rumbling sounds to fill the air and made the aurora shine even more brightly. There were a few who were more eye-catching to Xu Qing than the others. One reason was that they were people who had immortal capital permission medallions. Another was because they had fierce auras that weighed down on everything around them. Without doing anything, they filled everyone with feelings of indescribable terror. At the same time, those people all noticed Xu Qing. The first person he took note of was a young man from the south who was wearing a white Taoist robe. He had beautiful facial features and eyes like stars. Most notable about him were his large ears. "That's Jiang Fan," Patriarch Diling said quietly. "I heard that in the legacy phase of the Trial of the Hunt, he got a legacy with Canon." Xu Qing nodded slightly. He had never seen Jiang Fan in person, but had seen a description of him in the map he had purchased. Jiang Fan's master was the quasi-immortal Lan Yun from the Grand Immortal Mountain in the south. He had not yet practiced cultivation for 500 years, but already had an early imperial sovereign cultivation base. He had 7 types of authority. At some point in the past, he had killed a peak imperial sovereign, getting seriously injured in the process. Because of that accomplishment, he was known as the #1 chosen in the south. As Xu Qing watched Jiang Fan coming over the horizon, he saw that he was traveling with a young woman with whom he was chatting. Apparently noticing Xu Qing's gaze, he looked over. When they made eye contact, Jiang Fan's gaze hardened briefly. Then he smiled and nodded in a friendly way. The young woman also noticed Xu Qing. She was dressed in a green silk garment and was very pretty. When she looked at him, her eyes were like floating mountains, giving her gaze tremendous weight. That was a sign of canon. Xu Qing's facial expression remained calm. He needed no information from Patriarch Diling to know who this woman was. She was Yuan Su, and because she liked to wear a green garment, she was known as the Green Silk Immortal Fairy. She was the other shining star from the south, with a cultivation base a bit higher than Jiang Fan, being in the mid-imperial sovereign level. Based on the information from the map, he knew that she had fewer types of authority than Jiang Fan. She only had 4. Even as Xu Qing mentally reviewed the information, his gaze shifted to the north. From over the horizon in that direction came 2 young men who were rather difficult to tell apart. Their auras seemed to be combined into one, and as they approached, frigid coldness spread out all around them. It caused some people to have difficulty breathing. "Hordeslayer and Rampart," Patriarch Diling said in a quiet voice. They were the shining stars from the north, and they were both from the Sword Immortal School. Xu Qing's expression remained placid as he reviewed the information about them from the map. Supposedly, when they were born, there were supernatural phenomena in the sky. Each had been born with a sword in hand and has a Preheaven sword body. They were both taken as apprentices by the heavenly inspector from the Sword Immortal School. From the moment they started practicing cultivation, they had dominated everyone in their generation in the north. Clearly, after participating in the legacy phase, they had become even stronger than before. As they neared, and their frigid coldness spread, few people could perceive their substructure. But because of the thinking backed by Xu Qing's space-time state, he could see it. Floating behind the 2 of them was a huge, ancient sword. It was a majestic sword, like the most amazing sword among all swords. And it was not something that ordinary cultivators could see. It was a manifestation of canon. Even as Xu Qing saw it, he sensed the Emperor's sword within him vibrating. It wasn't willing to show subservience. As Xu Qing placated it, Patriarch Diling was offering more information. "Of the 8 shining stars, 4 are here. There are still 3 from the east. I expect they'll show up soon. And then there's 1 from the west. Li Mengtu." From Patriarch Diling's tone of voice, it was obvious that he revered the 8 shining stars. At almost the same moment that he stopped talking, another person arrived. He wore black clothes and had long black hair. His facial expression was cold, and he had 12 flower petals on his forehead. He was none other than Li Mengtu. When he arrived, the entire area seemed to devolve into darkness. That was also the power of canon. When he arrived, Jiang Fan and all the other shining stars looked over with serious expressions. Considering that Patriarch Diling was also from the west, He obviously felt like he was on the same side as Li Mengtu, so his tone of voice changed a bit as he said, "That's the shining star from our western region, Li Mengtu." Even as the words left his mouth, his heart skipped a beat as he realized that Li Mengtu had stopped in midair and was looking in his direction. And then he approached. Patriarch Dailing's heart was hammering in his chest as Li Mengtu neared and sat down next to Xu Qing. "I figured you'd be here," Li Mengtu said. Xu Qing nodded and was about to respond when his eyes flickered with a cold light, and he looked at the distant horizon. A fiery cloud soared over the horizon, which turned into a young man with bright red hair. He was the very same person that Xu Qing had fled from when he was in the south, the one he had barely escaped with his life from by seeking refuge with a fairy pilot, too. Scanning the area as he neared, he headed toward Jiang Fan. But when his gaze reached Xu Qing, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 1. Yu Liachen explained about true gods in chapter 998. 2. The young man with red hair tried to kill Xu Qing in chapter 1109. Chapter 1137, the Immortal Palace opens. This young man with red hair was second only to the shining stars in the southern planetary system, and that single glance was all it took for him to recognize Xu Qing. He couldn't help but recall trying to chase Xu Qing down and kill him, only for him to escape by means of the ferry boat. But what came next was thunderous incredulousness striking his heart with immense force. It was only natural that he could tell Xu Qing was different now. He could not see canon, nor could he comprehend it. But the sensation from his cultivation base ensured that he was overwhelmed with a sense of deadly crisis that was difficult to put into words. It was a sense of danger that surpassed any sort of prickling sensation running down the spine. He went still, and so did his heart, his sea of consciousness, and his thoughts. At that moment, he felt like he was facing his ultimate arch-nemesis. His face fell. As for Xu Qing, his expression didn't change, but his eyes were as cold as ice, causing space to stir, time to ripple, and space-time to lock down. When he fought the Dao fight with Li Mengtu, it had been a clean fight. The winner would have been able to take the loser's Dao. What was more, Xu Qing had greatly benefited from the karma of Li Mengtu's ancestor. But considering his background, Xu Qing had eventually given up on that fight. Things were different with this red-haired young man. Killing intent rose, and space-time opened up. Heaven and earth blurred, all things distorted. As Xu Qing entered his space-time state and his thoughts spread out, he remained seated cross-legged, but his shadow was already on the move through space-time. The red-haired young man was eternally motionless and clearly visible to Xu Qing. It was as if he had become a scroll painting. His past, his future, all of it was clearly visible to Xu Qing. Xu Qing lifted his hand and gently pointed his finger out. He was like a person looking at a painting and poking a hole in the canvas. As a result, the person in the painting and everything around them were ripped apart. What happened in the real world was that the space around the red-haired young man collapsed, and time was thrown into chaos. His body was hit by a majestic, indescribable force. His soul had no way to flee and issued a howl of anguish. No matter how hard he fought and struggled, he was completely and utterly powerless to escape or defend himself. It looked like he was just about to be destroyed in body and soul. But then his fellow southerner Jiang Fan looked up and sighed. "There's no need to be so angry, fellow Taoist. Whatever happened in the past, we can talk it out. It's not necessary to use canon to hurt anyone." As the words left his mouth, a mist sprang up around the red-haired young man, completely covering him. It was as if ink had been splashed onto the painting. People without canon wouldn't be able to see what was happening, but people with canon would have a clear view of the red-haired young man being covered by mist. That mist was beyond anything ordinary and was, in fact, the power of canon. As a result, Xu Qing lost sight of the young man. It was a case of, "Earth energy dispatched, heaven does not react, call the mist calls the gloom." 1. Jiang Fan's canon was that of gloom, and it manifested as a mist. With the gloom mist covering the red-haired young man, it was as if he didn't exist. It was as if he had been plucked right out of Xu Qing's space-time canon. The only thing that could resist canon was another canon. It was Xu Qing's first time experiencing a canon versus canon conflict. The mist rippled mysteriously. It was full of killing intent and death, and would cause most people to be filled with terror. But in terms of Xu Qing's thoughts, the canon of this gloom mist seemed gruish, but also somewhat weak. Remaining seated cross-legged, Xu Qing calmly said, "This time is space for me, and this space is time for me. Disperse." He waved his hand casually and, ignoring the spreading mist, reached into the middle of it. That grasping gesture caused violent fluctuations in space-time. The fluctuations came from the past, causing the past to crumble, and the future became like a popping bubble. As space-time stirred, fluctuations came from different time periods. The fluctuations converged and ultimately turned into a space-time tempest. As the tempest built in force, Jiang Fan's gloom mist held strong for only a few breaths of time before it completely dispersed. When the earth energy was dispatched and heaven did not react, the mist formed. But if heaven did react, then the mist could not exist. The red-haired young man appeared again. He was still within Xu Qing's space-time exactly as before. And now that Jiang Fan's gloom mist was gone, Xu Qing reached out, and there was nothing to stop him. He grabbed the young man's past, present, and future, and he crushed them viciously. A cracking sound rang out into the ears of everyone present. The red-haired young man shivered from head to toe. His defiant thoughts were scattered into eternity. His despair became empty. His past, and everything that existed there, collapsed into fragments. His future, and all the things that had not come, were shattered like a popping balloon. What was left behind was his body, standing there alone in space-time. But without a past to sustain it and a future to guide it, the present had no foundation. It could not exist. As everyone watched, the red-haired young man, including his soul, quietly crumbled into ashes. Then the wind blew, and the ashes were scattered into heaven and earth. Silence reigned. The cultivators present who didn't possess canon were all trembling. They had just witnessed a killing that they couldn't even comprehend. The only thing they did comprehend was that canon was terrifying. Thankfully, among all the imperial sovereign cultivators in the 5th star ring, the amount who had canon or canon treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. Jiang Fan sat in the crowd, looking at Xu Qing with narrowed eyes. He had not interfered because of some deep relationship with the red-haired young man. In reality, the two were little more than acquaintances. The main reason he had interfered was because they were both from the south. Had he not been present to witness what happened, it wouldn't have mattered much. But he couldn't simply stand by while one of his fellows from the south was cut down. Unfortunately, Xu Qing's canon caused fear to rise up even in him. What was more, he had never heard any rumors of someone like this in the West. And he had noticed earlier when Li Mengtu offered formal greetings. That was very thought-provoking. Seated next to him was Xianxia, who was looking at Xu Qing with glittering eyes. Her canon was like a distant mountain and was extremely weighty, too. Xu Qing didn't react at all to the two of them staring at him, and instead just closed his eyes to meditate. In contrast, Li Mengtu's gaze was very aggressive as he glared at Jiang Fan and Xianxia. As of now, it was very clear whose side he was on. Jiang Fan still felt fear in his heart, but he smiled warmly as if nothing had just happened. "That's a very impressive canon, fellow Taoist." Then he closed his eyes. Xianxia also smiled and looked at Xu Qing, her gaze weighty but full of interest. Xu Qing ignored them. The others present were in awe, and Patriarch Diling was feeling very excited. He knew that whether in position or status, he was far beneath the 8 shining stars. What was more, though he hadn't seen anything during the conflict of cannons just now, he had been in a much better position to see the event than the other cultivators present. As a result, he was rejoicing inside. He was also very glad that he had chosen not to attack Xu Qing back in the desert of time. Otherwise, Patriarch Diling took a deep breath, and his heart started to race. All of a sudden, he realized that this entire situation might be a great opportunity for him, an opportunity most other people could only dream of. Lowering his voice, he respectfully said. Exalted One, I just remembered something else about the Aurora Immortal Palace. He had changed the way he addressed Xu Qing, without even thinking about it. Xu Qing, meanwhile, looked at Patriarch Dailing and waited for him to continue. Exalted One, like I said before, there are 8 worlds in the Aurora Immortal Palace. The way to determine which world you're on is to look at the boundary stele. Each world has 1, and it has the number of the world on it. Normally speaking, imperial sovereigns go into the 3rd world, and that's where they stay. Only people with canon or quasi-immortals will go to the 4th world or beyond. Of course, the destined opportunities and good fortune improve with each level. Supposedly, if you can get into the 8th world, you'll get a destined opportunity leading to the Summer Immortal level. That's why quasi-immortals are so interested in this place. When the fallen immortal moors open up, everyone starts out at the same place, the Immortal Foyer. From there, you have to select one of 3 paths. The first path is in the middle. Supposedly, it goes to a bridge. The second path is on the left, and it's a tranquil trail. And on the right, there's an endless black river. That's the 3rd path. From ancient times until now, the Aurora Immortal Palace has only had those 3 paths. Remember, Exalted One, you can't cross the bridge. Based on all of the written accounts, 5 out of 10 people who go that way end up dead. The path to the left is dangerous, but 8 out of 10 people who go there have no trouble. It's the best option out of the 3. Patriarch Dailing wasn't holding anything back, and was explaining all the details that he knew. What about the right-hand path? Xu Qing asked. The person to answer wasn't Patriarch Dailing, but rather Li Mengtu. 10 out of 10 die, he said. He looked at Xu Qing. What this guy just said is true. The left-hand path is the only safe one, and the difference compared to the others is significant. The trail on the left goes directly to the 3rd level. There is no chance of it taking you to the 1st or 2nd level. If you go across the bridge, you'll reach the 2nd level. It's dangerous, but there are more destined opportunities there. If you go that way, though, you can't get to the 1st level. Taking the path on the right is the most complete of all paths because you start at the 1st level, but no one has ever survived that. Xu Qing nodded and was about to ask another question when he suddenly looked at the stones steal up ahead. The surging spirit energy there had reached a deafening level, as if it were a raging tide. The wind kicked up. The spirit tide surged. In the shortest of moments, it covered the moors. From a distance, it looked like everyone present was being covered over by a sea of spirit energy. At the same time, an incredibly majestic immortal palace appeared within the spirit sea. Dazzling colors spread out everywhere. Compared to it, all of the people present were like ants. What was more cultivators were still arriving. 1. This passage is a line of text from the Arya, which is an ancient Chinese text that Wikipedia describes as a dictionary, glossary, synonymicon, thesaurus, and encyclopedia. As the Wikipedia article itself says, it has not been fully translated into English. I couldn't find a translation of this passage, although I didn't spend too much time on it, as it seems to me the author simply used it because it mentions mist and gloom. Incidentally, the Chinese character I'm rendering as gloom is a sort of unique character referring to darkness, obscurity, night. It's not commonly used by the author. 2. Yuanxin's surname means distant mountain, so there is some wordplay connection between her canon and her name. Chapter 1138, Come On In Here. This immortal palace contained a certain number of worlds, every one of which was independent. How far you could go into any of those worlds, and how many worlds you could pass through, would depend on your own cultivation base, destined opportunities, and good fortune. Outside of the immortal palace, overlooking the area, were 2 worlds hidden in the spirit tide. They were covered with ripples, making it impossible to be able to distinguish them clearly. The only thing visible were the colors black and white, blurred as if beneath water. The main thing visible to the cultivators present was the immortal palace's 3rd world, which was clearly visible atop the spirit tide. It was a majestic, seemingly endless world, filled with innumerable buildings and structures. Dazzling light shone everywhere. The buildings were apparently covered in spirit tiles made of immortal jade, which reflected the seven-colored light shining down from above. It was as if gemstones from infinite other worlds had been brought here and used in the construction. Immortal cranes soared in the sky of the third world. They were obviously illusory, but it was still possible to hear their graceful cries. The rumbling sound of the spirit tide merged into something like a song of nature. Fantastic plants were everywhere, all of them vying with each other in terms of glamour and beauty. There were also projections of immortals that shimmered out of time itself to come into the view of those looking on. Though they were blurry, as they walked about, the spirit energy stirred around them in the most fantastic way. Further off in the distance was a majestic figure who seemed to be holding up the entire third world. The figure's eyes were like furnaces that seemed capable of comprehending everything in existence. Vast numbers of cultivators had gathered in front of the figure, looking very pious, as if they were studying immortal magics and Taoist truths. The entire third world of the immortal palace was full of zither music, the sound of pages being turned as books were read. Everything was incredibly peaceful and harmonious. Further back in the world was a mountain range that was obviously the border of the third world. Clouds swirled there, within which were visible various pagodas. Apparently, elite experts were hidden in seclusion in those pagodas, seeking to reach higher levels of cultivation. Time was on the move. Soon the seven-colored light dissipated, and night fell. The stars came out. As a result, the glorious light of the immortal palace mixed with the light of the stars in the sky. It really looked like an immortal paradise in the world of mortals. The crowd outside the immortal palace took in the scene and were shaken to varying degrees. This was the first time any of them had seen an immortal palace like this. That included Xu Qing. As the spirit tide flowed and the immortal palace appeared, most of the people present began to glow with a starlight that was very similar to the immortal palace. It came from the secret keys. Xu Qing's secret key was the bamboo slip that Yunmen Qianfen had given him, and it was shining brightly. However, his gaze did not linger for long on the immortal palace. Instead, he was looking at the distant horizon. The moment the immortal palace appeared, a host of figures appeared. Few of them had immortal capital permission medallions. After all, the requirement to enter the Aurora Immortal Palace was to have a secret key. It didn't really have anything to do with the permission medallions. That was why so many imperial sovereigns who weren't participating in the trial of the hunt would come here. Quite a few of the people present were fairly well known. They were people who had won glory in the past, but weren't necessarily as well known as the shining stars. That was especially true of the shining stars from the Eastern planetary system. The East was considered the most prominent of the 4 planetary systems in the 5th star ring. For one thing, 3 of the 8 shining stars came from there, but also there were more chosen there than any of the other regions. As of now, those 3 shining stars had finally arrived, and their manner of arrival was astonishing to everyone. First came a killing aura. All cultivators who lacked canon just felt a mysterious uneasiness rising within them. It rose to an extreme level very quickly, affecting the minds and bodies of everyone present. As it spread, the baleful aura within the killing aura was stirred up, causing a black, wooden door to appear. The ancient door slowly opened, and a young man stepped out of it, clad in black clothing. The moment he appeared, everyone reeled from the killing aura. It was as if this person was an imperial sovereign made of pure killing energy. He stood there looking at the immortal palace, not saying a word. As he did, the killing energy around him converged into a blade. It was a blade of cannon that could be used in battle. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. This matched one of the descriptions from the map, so he didn't need any information to identify this person. He was one of the shining stars from the east, Sir Vilespirit. Based on the description from the map, he was a rogue cultivator who rose to prominence by fighting duels to the death. He had a magic of devouring, slaughtered countless opponents, and cultivated a Tao of vile devils. Back when he was a mortal, he joined a sect but eventually betrayed it. They chased him for a full 60-year cycle without ever catching him. Eventually, he disappeared. Some years later, he resurfaced and joined another sect. Yet again, he betrayed them, and yet again, they chased him but never caught him. Over the years, the same thing happened 7 times. He joined 7 sects. He betrayed 7 sects. Despite being constantly on the run, he managed to become an imperial sovereign, whereupon he went back and exterminated all of the sects he had betrayed. He had climbed mountains of corpses and swam through seas of blood, and that was how he achieved his Tao of slaughter. Later, he fought one of the other shining stars from the east, and they ended up in a draw. That was how he ended up being listed as one of the shining stars. His canon is not from his cultivation. He has a canon treasure. When Xu Qing looked at Sir Vilespirit, he could clearly see a broken saber inside of him. Yuan Shensu's canon comes from her clan's patriarch, Li Mengtu said in a low voice. Their clan is the #1 clan in the south, and they have deep reserve powers. Although their patriarch isn't a summer immortal, only a peak quasi-immortal, he still has his own canon. Jiang Fan is like me. He got his canon as a legacy from his master. As for this other guy, I've heard of him before. He cultivates a Tao of devils that requires him to betray his sect in order to stimulate the precious treasure he has, which contains canon. The heavenly inspector in the east basically looks the other way when it comes to him. Xu Qing gave a slight nod, then looked up into the sky. Ripples flowed out and light expanded. Then a person stepped out of the light. He was cultured and refined, almost like an elegant scholar. A warm and genial aura spread out from him, which allowed the cultivators affected by the killing energy to recover their senses. He was the 3rd shining star from the east, Zhou Jingli. Hailing from the Zhou clan in the east, his name matched his reputation. He was chivalrous, kind, charitable, and was respected by countless cultivators in the east. Upon arriving, the first thing he did was glance at Sir Vilespirit. His Tao was the polar opposite of Sir Vilespirit, and both wanted to put an end to each other. Sir Vilespirit snorted coldly. Ignoring Zhou Jingli, he strode directly toward the immortal palace and disappeared inside. Zhou Jingli's expression didn't change. Looking away, he clasped hands to the crowd, smiled at Jiang Fan and the other shining stars, nodded to Li Mengtu, and even glanced at Xu Qing. He nodded, then headed toward the immortal palace. However, before entering, he suddenly stopped in place and clasped hands to the sky. Xu Qing and the shining stars all noticed the same thing, and also looked toward the sky. All of a sudden, 9 new stars had appeared among all the other stars there. The stars swirled around until they made a ring. Shining brightly, they drifted down and formed a person out of nothing. He wore a utilitarian Taoist robe, and his hair flowed freely down his back. He was handsome, with cold eyes, and there was something about him that seemed almost emotionless. The moment he appeared, he stepped in the direction of the immortal palace. He walked right past Zhou Jingli. Zhou Jingli kept his head bowed. Only after Sir Star Ring was inside did Zhou Jingli follow. The reaction to Sir Star Ring's arrival surpassed that of any of the others. Jiang Fan and Yuan Shensu, as well as Hortus Layer and Rampart, all had very serious expressions on their faces. They were the next ones to enter the immortal palace. Only then did everyone else who qualified to enter start making their way forward with determined looks. Li Mengtu took a deep breath, and his expression was very serious. Sir Star Ring, he's the highest ranking of the 8 shining stars, and is widely recognized to be the strongest imperial sovereign in the 5th star ring. He comes from the Star Ring Pagoda in the east, and was bestowed with the name Star Ring, making him this generation's Sir Star Ring. His cultivation base is actually beyond that of a late imperial sovereign. He has 9 types of authority, and his true level of strength is unknown because of how rarely he acts in public. In the one public battle he had fought, he had challenged a quasi-immortal Grand Emperor. Thanks to that fight, his name is known far and wide. And that was before he got any legacy. Xu Qing, I bet you can see something about him, can't you? He gained enlightenment of canon before he got his legacy, Xu Qing said calmly. Li Mengtu nodded. He was the first person in our generation who didn't use his master's legacy to gain enlightenment of canon. You, Brother Xu, are the second. Based on what I've heard, when his master offered a legacy, Sir Star Ring refused to take it. He said that he doesn't like using things that belong to others. His name is a symbol, so he could accept that being given to him. But when it comes to canon, he prefers his own. His canon is extremely mysterious. In fact, I don't even know what it is. But I do know that he beat a quasi-immortal. That shows you how strong it is. After all, there are some quasi-immortals who don't have canon. But the vast majority will pay any price to at least get a canon treasure. Otherwise, they can hardly qualify to be called quasi-immortal here in the 5th star ring. Li Mengtu got to his feet and looked at Xu Qing. "Brother Xu, shall we go in? The immortal palace is open now. As for the quasi-immortals, they have a different way of entering. They go right into the 4th world. Theoretically speaking, we won't even be able to see them or interact with them. Since we do have canon, we might be able to make it all the way to the 4th world. But by that time, the quasi-immortals will surely have gone to higher levels." Hearing that, Xu Qing nodded. "All right." Standing, he joined Li Mengtu to head toward the immortal palace. Patriarch Diling followed, and all three entered together. Soon, there wasn't a single person left outside. Inside the immortal palace, in the 2nd world hidden in the spirit tide, there was a strange place that was pure white. It didn't feel like space or time existed there. Everything was white. There was an imp trudging along within that whiteness. The imp had a sword in his hand. Turning around, he put his hand on his hip and proudly said, "If you've got what it takes, you monster, then come on in here and kill me." There was no response. Looking very pleased, the imp turned to leave. All of a sudden, he turned and looked off into the distance. "Huh, my son is coming." Chapter 1139, Inside a Fairy Tale. The wind blew from distant parts, driving the tide of immortal energy throughout the immortal palace. It eventually reached the immortal foyer, where it streamed past the gathered cultivators. The immortal foyer was an enormous platform of black stone steel covered with moss and lichen. It emanated a simplistic and ancient feeling, so that when you stood on it, you felt like you had gone back in time. Located in the middle of the platform, it had written information about the 3 paths. Unfortunately, it was so old that the information was barely legible. There were currently a few dozen cultivators in the foyer. Everyone who entered the immortal palace had to pass through there first before picking one of the paths. As Xu Qing, Li Mengtu, and Patriarch Diling appeared, the other cultivators became beams of light that shot toward the left-hand path. When they neared, they lost their powers of flight and were forced to drop to the ground. Warily maintaining distance between each other, they proceeded on foot. The path they were entering didn't have much mist. It was almost like a different dimension that was actually darker than the immortal foyer. A light rain was falling there, and the ground was muddy. Clearly, a lot of people had walked onto that little trail. It was quiet and shady, but the rain just kept falling and falling as if it were slowly devouring the cultivators there. Xu Qing looked at that path but didn't move toward it. Instead, he studied his surroundings. First, he examined the stone slab that made up the foyer. He could tell that it was a real, corporeal object. The mist was the same. It felt humid, and when it landed on him, it created water droplets on his garment. The immortal energy was also real, even just standing here. Xu Qing could sense his cultivation base benefiting. He could also hear music playing. It seemed to be coming from the area that had been visible from the outside, deep in the immortal palace where the Tao was being discussed. Xu Qing looked up. When standing in the immortal foyer and looking inside, the immortal palace was so enormous that it wasn't possible to see the end. All he could see was mist covering everything in front of him. Within that mist, there was a bridge. It looked like there was someone on the bridge, slowly proceeding through the mist. "That's Sir Star Ring," Li Mengtu said. "When we arrived a moment ago, I saw him walking in that direction." At this point, there wasn't anyone else with them in the foyer. Everyone else had already picked their path to enter the immortal palace. Li Mengtu glanced at Xu Qing. "Which path are you planning to select, Brother Xu? If you take the trail, we can go in together." Patriarch Diling looked eagerly at Xu Qing to find out his plan. Xu Qing said nothing for a moment. He looked at the figure disappearing on the bridge and thought back to what Patriarch Diling had told him earlier. "I think I'll take the bridge." Patriarch Diling was shocked. Li Mengtu wasn't. He looked deeply at Xu Qing, then clasped hands, bowed, and went to the trail on the left. Inside, he sighed. It wasn't a sigh for Xu Qing, but rather himself. As one of the shining stars, he wanted to push his limits. But he also knew that with his legacy cannon, it wasn't likely that he would survive the bridge. From ancient times until now, people who can cross that bridge have been as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. To survive it, you have to have gained enlightenment of your own cannon. You can't rely on the help of a legacy. Li Mengtu disappeared into the distance. Patriarch Diling seemed to want to say something, but was hesitating to do so. Ultimately, he chose the trail. The two of them were soon gone. Xu Qing was the only person left in the immortal foyer. And then, he didn't actually pick the forward path. Turning with shining eyes, he looked at the path on the right. The right-hand path was full of such dense mist that you couldn't see anything inside of it. The only thing visible was the seething mist. But there was something else, and that was the sound of running water. The right-hand path was a black river that led to certain death. Though the words on the stone stele had faded with time, the information had not been lost forever. The most important details about the Aurora Immortal Palace had been passed down by word of mouth over the years. That was how Patriarch Diling knew so much about the place. I can sense cannon tugging me in that direction. From the moment he came to the immortal foyer, Xu Qing's space-time cannon had enabled him to sense some sort of space-time resonance with the right-hand path. It was almost like something calling to him. That resonance, that tugging, that call, was clear in his mind, and it led him to one conclusion. A Tao with a similar source as his own was in that direction. I got the sense early on that the fallen immortal Moors don't exist within space-time. After the palace opened up, that sensation got even stronger. And now it's obvious that this place has a space-time cannon that's the same as my own. Xu Qing's eyes narrowed. In any other situation, it would be extremely dangerous for something like this to happen. Facing the same origin would be difficult to survive. It would come down to the stronger of the two devouring the weaker. But since immortal Lord Aurora had already perished, it was a different story. But his cannon was obviously the Aurora. Don't tell me that if you push space-time cannon far enough, it becomes Aurora. Or is it that immortal Lord Aurora changed his Tao? Xu Qing thought about it. In the end, he came to the conclusion that since the space-time cannon he could sense didn't seem to have a source, the most likely explanation was that immortal Lord Aurora had changed his Tao. Soon, a look of determination appeared in Xu Qing's eyes. If he wanted to push his space-time cannon further along, he needed to gain enlightenment of the inner nature of this right-hand path. The two ways to do it would be to seek enlightenment himself, or to study the traces left behind by another person who had gone down that path. Both options could be considered a destined opportunity. A moment later, Xu Qing hastened forward and stepped into the mist of the right-hand path. An instant later, he disappeared. The only thing visible from the outside was swirling mist. Now, the mist was the only thing Xu Qing could see. It covered the sensory organs of his fleshly body, as well as the senses provided by his cultivation base. As Xu Qing went forward, the sound of running water eventually disappeared. Everything was pitch black. It was impossible to determine if he was in the middle of some mist, or if he had entered the water of a river. Everything was just black. There was nothing dangerous, just deep, endless darkness. Time seemed to lose meaning. He had no idea how much of it passed. Keeping his guard up, he proceeded through the pitch black until he reached the end of the path. It was still completely dark. Because everything was pitch black, all he could tell was that he had reached a wall that blocked his way forward. Magical techniques couldn't pierce through it. Divine abilities couldn't break it. His fleshly body was useless. After probing the seemingly invisible wall for a time and doing a few tests, he closed his eyes and tapped into his 8th extreme. He entered his space-time state. Everything opened up. His thinking became clear. It was as if he had surpassed the darkness inside. He had emerged from the painting. But using the thoughts of his space-time canon, what he could see was only a dot of darkness. It was a dot that was immeasurably large, and there wasn't just one. There were innumerable dots of darkness, connected together to form a string. There was something intangible pulling at him, and now he perceived that he could only go forward or backward, not to the left or right. His thinking also revealed to him that the thread of black dots did not have an element of height. It was the same with each individual dot. Nothing existed on either side of the thread, as if the thread itself were the most paramount entity in existence and didn't tolerate the existence of anything else. If you tried to look to either side of the thread, everything rippled until the distortions started to affect you personally. Xu Qing, with his space-time canon, could see something a bit different. It was as if he was looking at infinite remnants of shredded space-time, and if he looked for too long, he started to feel increasingly unwell. This was a bizarrely simple world. After a while, Xu Qing opened his eyes. With my space-time thinking, I can leave this black dot, but my fleshly body can't. When in his canon state, his fleshly body was definitely his biggest weakness. However, he now had an idea of what to do. If he had to use the state in a fight, he could just deal with the withering effects. As long as the fight ended quickly enough, there would be no long-term effects. As for his current situation, he couldn't do any significant exploration in a short time. After thinking for a bit, he put his fleshly body in the Sage Heaven Pagoda. It would be safe there for the time being. There would still be some side effects. What was more, the safety wouldn't be absolute. What was more, he couldn't stay away for too long. If he did, his body would still wither away. Having made the necessary arrangements, Xu Qing's space-time canon thoughts were not restrained. He gently pushed against the wall in front of him. He went through it instantly. And then, he allowed the force of this bizarre world to pull him forward. He wanted to see what was at the end of the thread. Time really didn't have any meaning here, or perhaps it was most correct to say that time didn't even exist. Space became a thing of the past. The only thing that existed was forward momentum. Thankfully, Xu Qing wasn't the only one here. At a certain point, he saw something else in a similar state as his own. It was a medicinal decocting pot that had grown 4 limbs and a white beard. It looked extremely freakish. It stood on the thread, and a medicinal pill would occasionally fly out from it. They would land on the black dot, whereupon they would turn black. 1. The decocting pot sensed Xu Qing, as it smiled warmly and said, "Welcome to the fairy tale." Then it pointed off into the distance and said nothing further. Xu Qing continued on his way and soon encountered a second freak. It was an octopus whose every tentacle had a face on it. Each face had different expressions, but all were cursing and swearing. Upon sensing Xu Qing, all of the faces started crying. Xu Qing looked at the crying octopus and wasn't sure what to make of it. He finally just kept going forward. Eventually, he saw a finger with the head of a lion. It was calling out, "Run, run." He saw a frog that thought of itself as a fish and was swimming around. When it saw Xu Qing, it trembled and then remained in place, unmoving. Xu Qing ran into 11 freaks, all of which reacted to him in different ways. The 11th freak was the last. It was an old woman in black clothes with a walking stick in her hand. Her face was huge, while her body and limbs were very small. Her expression was ferocious as she reached out, grabbed a black dot, and chewed it up in her mouth. After catching sight of Xu Qing, she grinned. "Nice death, nice death." Xu Qing didn't respond. A moment later, he left. He wasn't sure how much longer he continued onward, but he didn't see any more freaks. Eventually, he reached the end of the thread, where he found a mirror. Countless black dots were all lined up and entering the mirror. They vanished. Xu Qing looked thoughtfully at the mirror. Countless black dots form a thread, and that becomes a linear world. Now I'm starting to get a sense of what Immortal Lord Aurora's space-time canon state was. As for those 11 freaks. Given Immortal Lord Aurora's status, the fact that there were 11 freaks made him think of the 11 immortal lords in the 5th star ring. This place must have formed from Immortal Lord Aurora's thoughts as he died. That's why everything is so weird. Xu Qing further considered the fact that immortal Lord Aurora had been killed by the immortal Paragon. I wonder if all of this has something to do with the immortal Paragon's canon. What is that canon? All of a sudden, Xu Qing thought to what the first freak, the decocting pot, had said. Fairy tale. 1. It's only been a few chapters since I shared the pictures of the decocting pots, but here's the link to the pictures again. Chapter 1140. It's him. Welcome to the fairy tale, thought Xu Qing as he focused his senses on the world around him. He couldn't say for sure what the immortal Paragon's canon was, but it seemed likely it was something close to what he had been thinking. As for the specifics, I'll probably find out more when I get into the immortal capital. Stowing all of his questions and suspicions, he focused on the mirror ahead. It looked like an ordinary mirror. It wasn't fancy in any way, nor was there anything special about it. It seemed just like any other mirror you would expect to find in someone's house in the mortal world. The thread of black dots just seemed to be feeding endlessly into it. After a black dot entered the mirror, it would disappear. There were absolutely no reflections in the mirror. There was only pure white. Is this the exit of the first world? Xu Qing thought about it for a moment. After considering the situation for a time, he headed straight toward the mirror. He experienced no obstruction and went in very smoothly. However, as soon as he entered the mirror, his thoughts trembled. And that was because what he saw in front of him was an endless thread of black dots. He was still in the first world. He had not left it. From the look of it, he had gone back to the beginning. Up ahead, he saw no mirror, just the thread going on and on. It was the same behind him. There was only one way to find out what was going on. He started moving forward. Eventually, he encountered the freaks. Then he found the mirror again. He entered it and went back to the beginning. It was a cycle. He tried to break the cycle, but was unable to. He went to the mirror and then tried to sink into one of the dots and enter the mirror that way. He went back to the beginning. Immortal Lord Aurora must have had space-time canon. It's the same Tao as my own, but his space-time canon works differently. I rely on the 5 elements merged into space and time. That's how I produced space-time. I went about it a different way, by producing something from nothing. And that led to further developments and change. In that case, perhaps there's another way for me to get out of here. Xu Qing focused his thoughts on the thread. What if I became one of the black dots? It would be like stepping into a painting instead of just looking at it. Then my thoughts could be part of the world as I experienced everything happening. Then I would be part of the cycle. I would really be going through it instead of just observing. There are risks, but I could still try it. After considering the matter for a while, he caused his thoughts to descend until he was inside the thread as one of the countless dots. He became part of the world. He instantly felt something completely different. Any concept of up or down were peeled away. Any concept of left or right were similarly gone. None of them existed any longer. He quickly forgot about them. It was as if the privilege of going up, down, left, or right had never even existed. All he could do was follow the tug forward and send his fate ahead. At the same time, having lost any concept of up, down, left, or right, it was only natural that he lost any sense of height. And thus, he lost the sight of his canon. He was flat. The black dots were flat. Therefore, his thinking was also flat. As a result, he couldn't see. There was only forward and backward. Those were the only things he could faintly sense. It was a much more limiting sensation than anything from before. All Xu Qing could do now was allow himself to be pulled forward. Gradually, his thoughts began to grow disorganized. It was as if the power of thought wasn't permitted. He was slowly being erased and assimilated by the world. But Xu Qing chose not to resist. He relaxed his thoughts and let everything happen. He just went along with the world. He had no idea how much time passed. Time had long since lost any meaning. His thoughts gradually scattered as he was pulled along through the endless world. And then, as a black dot, Xu Qing encountered the freaks. However, the order they appeared and the way he perceived them were different. Using his limited thinking to look at the freak, he saw countless circles. They got increasingly smaller, and as they swirled around each other, they almost resembled fingerprints. They seemed to have no beginning and no end, and they completely occupied Xu Qing's senses going forward and backward. That was how he sensed them in this lower realm of existence. He wasn't able to sense anything beyond that. Being in this lower existence meant that he had no way to sense the true appearance of a higher existence. As a result, higher existences imparted the sense of being creators. It was very shocking. It was so shocking, in fact, that it overturned everything else. Even voices became a source of shattering chaos. Runs. The arrival of the voice brought a sense of collapse. In the form of a black dot, Xu Qing passed by this particular freak. It was like traveling through death itself. Some of the black dots were actually peeled away and destroyed, but they were always replaced by other black dots. Luckily, Xu Qing was never destroyed. Eventually, the destructive voice faded away. He proceeded onward. Later, he heard crying. This time, he didn't see anything, but the crying entered his limited thoughts. The crying made him feel like he was melting. Strangely, though, he felt no fear or regret. Without him even realizing it, his emotions had vanished. So it's not fortune, it's payment and offset. Xu Qing's thoughts were weakening. Many of the black dots disappeared within the crying. He proceeded onward. Eventually, he heard the sound of running water and the frog. That sound caused Xu Qing to lose even more of his perceptions and thoughts. Soon, the only thing left behind was confusion. In that manner, he went further and further down the path. Xu Qing couldn't remember what happened after that. His fleeting sensations were the price he paid to proceed. He gradually became increasingly powerless and increasingly tired. Thankfully, even the weakness and exhaustion ceased to exist. And then, finally, he heard a voice. Nice death, nice death. The voice came with a power that was impossible to resist, which invaded him and took away his name. Normally speaking, the nameless him should have continued onward toward the distant mirror. He should have entered it and left this world. But the power that took away his name violated procedure and came back. It emanated an evil aura that became a powerful invasion. And when it landed on him, it sought to thoroughly erase him. It wanted to completely take away all that remained of his weakened thoughts. However, in that moment of crisis, when the nameless him was about to disappear completely, the voice of an old man echoed through space-time. Tell me about Nightcorp's morning glory, kid. You answer. When the voice came, time stirred and space rippled. A space-time tempest built up in Xu Qing's thoughts, rumbling loudly, and it dredged up a name that had long been hidden in his memories. The kid. That name became a support, an anchor. The kid's weak thoughts began to fade away, but then a deafening sound erupted. It was like thunder, cracking loudly, the sounds of heaven. His thoughts once again began to expand. It was like a tsunami. Next, without even thinking about it, the kid began to recite some words that he couldn't ever possibly forget. Nightcorp's morning glory, also known as toxic mountain root model, refers to the stalk and root of feverfew-veined turtle-dove chrysanthemums. It is a woody vine-type plant found in ravines of the Corpse Mountains, usually in chilly streams or jungle thickets. It's astringent, but feels warm in the mouth. It also imparts a sensation of decay. It's particularly useful in protecting against drafts and inducing perspiration. That said, it's extremely toxic and is a typical example of the polarity of yin and yang in medicinal plants. 1. As the words left his mouth, the kid's scattered state began to reverse. The perceptions he had lost began to come back, slowly but surely. Before, he couldn't see at all, but now his sight was slowly returning. The old man's voice continued. What are the symptoms of overdose? The storm raged inside Xu Qing, and he instinctively said, symptoms include stomach pain, dizziness, and hallucinations. If the toxin isn't counteracted within 15 minutes, the result is death. How do you counteract the toxin? Induce vomiting and pump the stomach. Then use a combination of egg whites and red thorn stamens, treating the symptoms at noon when the sun is bright. The treatment time should last for no more than an hour and should continue for 3 days. Xu Qing's trembling voice seemed to be coming from outside, that tent so many years ago. The old man's voice contained a smile as he said, "Well done." Xu Qing wanted to see in that moment, but the pull forward was so strong that all he could do was allow his thoughts to be dragged closer and closer to the mirror. Yet his thoughts were astir. Although the exit was right in front of him, he couldn't bear to lose this opportunity. He wanted to go back again. He wanted to once again enter space-time canon to see the person who had spoken those words. "Don't be silly. Remember what I told you. The world is a tavern for living beings, and the timescape is an old guest. As long as we don't die, we'll meet again. By now, you've already made something of yourself. 2. The voice faded away, and a gentle force appeared, landing on the black dot that was Xu Qing and pushing him forward. Xu Qing got closer and closer until he was right about to enter the mirror. At the last moment, he looked back. Just barely visible outside the mirror was a medicinal decocting pot with a white beard and a faint smile. The smile was very warm and kind. The facial features, the smile. They were like something from a lifetime ago, but at the same time, like something from yesterday. Scenes, experiences, just like the past. One Night Corp's morning glory came up quite a few times in early chapters. The details of the plant, as stated here, were mentioned in 3 specific chapters, all of which were pivotal chapters. Specifically, they are Chapter 25, 207, and 352. 2. These words echo what happened in Chapter 29.